So good morning, everybody. And if I could ask everybody here in the room to please now take your seats, and we're going to be getting started with the conference. So once again, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome on behalf of everybody at Forum Global to the 6th Annual MENA Spectrum Management Conference. So my name is Dan Kraft, and myself and the team are delighted to have the opportunity to welcome you all here to the event. So the last edition of this conference was actually held back in February 2020, and it was the last in-person conference that we held as a company before the pandemic, and of course everything went virtual for a period. So it feels like we've kind of gone a bit full circle to be once again back with this conference and having people here in person. It's absolutely fantastic to see everybody here and to have the chance to welcome so many people. And I look forward to catching up with everyone properly over the course of the next two days. So we are, of course, here for this event in the beautiful city of Tunis, and I would like to start by saying a huge thank you to our hosts here, ANF. Right from the start, we have all been made to feel incredibly welcome here in Tunisia, and we're really grateful for everything that the team has done to help us host the event here. I couldn't think of a better location really to bring this event to, and to have the chance to return to an in-person format of the conference. But of course, as well as those of you who are here in the room, we also have people joining us remotely, and we have over 350 people who are joining us remotely for the event as well. And I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you out there who are watching via our online platform. We're looking forward to hopefully getting the chance to connect with you during the event as well, and also to hear from you via the online platform that we have. And there's plenty of opportunity for you to get involved in the discussion via that platform, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that in a second. So very shortly, it's going to be my honor to officially open the conference and get things going with our opening ceremony. But just before we did that, there were a couple of things I wanted to mention on the logistical side. So first of all, I wanted to say a big thank you to all of our sponsor and partner organizations. And you can see the logos for all of our partners on the screens in the room and both on the platform as well. We really do appreciate the support of each and every one of you. Without you, the event would not be possible. So a big thank you to all of our sponsors and all of our partners. Next up, just a few notes for those of you who are joining us online. As I said, there are about 350 of you online, and wanted to talk a little bit about the virtual event platform and how that's going to work. So the platform at this the hybrid event will work in exactly the same way as it has done for our fully virtual events. So as well as being able to follow all of the sessions and to listen to the presentations and discussions that are happening both here in Tunis and also via the speakers who are joining us remotely, you're also going to be able to access the various interactive areas of the platform. So most importantly, on the right-hand side of your screen, you will see an area where you're able to post questions and comments on the sessions. And we do please encourage you to do that, to please get involved in the discussions, to post your questions and your comments for our speakers. And we will be passing those over to the moderators and making sure that those are addressed during the event. Secondly, on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a on-demand area that we have available. So this area, we have a number of showcase sessions and exhibition areas, exhibition stands, I should say, for you to explore during the duration of the event. You can see on the screen next to me the 4 different showcase sessions that we have available from Dassault, from Huawei, LS Telecom, and Qualcomm. These are available on demand, so feel free to please access those at any time during the duration of the event. For those of you here in the room, you are also able to access those showcase sessions. You have a sheet with a QR codes in front of you, and you can use those QR codes to access the platform, access the showcase sessions, and also to download the conference proceedings and other areas as well. So I also wanted to mention our hashtag for the conference. So you can see on the screens here the hashtag MENA Spectrum. So we're going to be using that on social media. So please feel free to tweet your comments and thoughts about the event, and also to hear what other people are tweeting by using that hashtag. And that's going to be working on Twitter, Instagram, and all other social media platforms. Next, the presentations and the recordings of the sessions. So all of the sessions that are taking place during the 2 days of the event are being recorded, and those recordings are going to be made available to you immediately following the conclusion of each of those sessions. For those of you here in the room, again, on the QR code sheet in front of you, you can find a code which will enable you to access the recordings and also presentations that are being made. For those of you watching virtually, there's a link to those in the reception area of the platform. And then finally, before we get started, the one other thing I wanted to mention was this evening's networking reception. So we are very grateful to Broadcast Network Europe for hosting a networking reception for all of our in-person attendees, and inviting all of you to join us and them for a drink immediately following the conclusions of the police proceedings today. So that will happen upstairs in the main refreshments area, and we hope as many of you as possible will be able to join us and continue the discussions over some drinks and some food later on today. So without further ado, I would like to now start officially with our opening ceremony for the event. So Mrs. Olfa Jamili, General Director, ANF Tunisia. Mr. Mario Manovitz, Director of the Radio Communication Bureau, ITU. Mr. Tariq Alawadi, Chairman of the Arab Spectrum Management Group. Ladies, gentlemen, and honourable guests. Once again, a very warm welcome to you all, and we're honoured to have you all here with us for this conference and, of course, for the opening ceremony. So first of all, to open proceedings, I would like to welcome to the stage Olfa Jamili, General Director of ANF Tunisia. Olfa, as I've already mentioned, we're really grateful to you and to all of the team for the welcome that you have given us here in Tunisia and for inviting us to hold this conference here. It's my honour to now invite you to help us open the conference and to give us your thoughts on the key spectrum priorities, both in Tunisia and the region. So Olfa, the floor is yours.
Mr. Mario, Director of ITU Radio Communication Bureau, Mr. Tariq Alawadi, Chairman of ASMJ, dear participants, very good morning all for you. Allow me to thank you thank you all warmly for your presence today. Independently, this honor reflects on myself personally, on Tunisia, and on MENA region as whole. Again, as whole, you are welcome in the 6th Spectrum Management Conference. It's great again to see many of you joining us today in person after many virtual meetings because of COVID-19. I am fully aware of the importance of this conference for the entire world radio communication community, which is a part of the global spectrum theory of the world's largest collection of regional spectrum policy conference. It's unique in offering the global spectrum community a high-level platform to discuss key issues and exchange best practice within and beyond regional boundary. Today is an opportunity to hear from thought leaders and get directly involved in the debate that are shaping the frequency ecosystem. Knowing that frequency management in Tunisia is organized at the national, African, and Arab and global levels. Their levels are highly interdependent. It's strictly framed by an environment, national and international law, which differ according to field of activity and use connected. The use of spectrum by electronic communication is characterized by its large diversity. This is what required to give a strong importance to the regulation. Tunisian, Tunisia is positioned itself in the frequency regulation. In addition, ANF takes many initiatives in a new identification for IMT, namely 3300, and the 3600, frequency band. That means a part of UHF band and of part of 6 gigahertz band. In a participatory approach, Tunisia wished to consider this conference an opportunity to establish a compromise that meets the interest of all concerned people. I am looking forward to follow closely all the debate that will be launched on this subject and to await recommendations resulting from this conference. I wish you very fruitful conference and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Olfa. We really appreciate those words. And as I said, once again, also, you're welcome here in Tunisia. So thank you very much indeed. So next up, I would like to welcome virtually to the stage Mario Manovitz. So Mario, hopefully is going to be with us. Mario, welcome, and it's great to see you there. As ever, we really appreciate the support of you and of ITU for the event this year. I know it's very busy for you this week, and I think you're in Geneva for a meeting of the RRB, which you're unable to get away from. But we really appreciate you taking the time to join us, particularly given how much you've got going on this week, and to give us your thoughts remotely. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from you, and I'm sure to get an update on where we are with preparation for WRC 23. So Mario, welcome again, and the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Dan. Indeed, I thank you and Forum Global for the invitation to participate in this MENA Spectrum Management Conference. And as you mentioned, unfortunately, I'm unable to join you fully, as this week the ITU Radio Regulation Board is meeting in Geneva. But I'm happy to be able to join you online. Let me also recognize Ms. Olfa Jameli, Director General of ANF Tunisia, and Tariq Alawadi, the chairman of the ASMG. I would like to take this opportunity to update you on the progress of the work of the ITU towards WRC 23 and to touch upon topics that will be explored further during the next 2 days of this conference. I would say that we have now reached an important stage of the WRC 23 preparation. ITUR working parties and task group are completing the technical studies for each agenda item and preparing text for the inclusion in the draft CPM report. I'm very pleased that the ITUR has also returned to physical meetings with remote participation. We have taken all the precautions to safeguard the health of those on premises, as well as to ensure the full and equitable participation of those attending the meeting remotely. This will surely help us advance the work. As you know, the process that takes place within the ITUR study groups, working parties, and task group initiates with the examination of contributor membership, followed by sharing and compatibility studies that result in 2 main outputs: working documents, draft ITU recommendations, and of course, draft CPM report. The CPM text will summarize the results of the studies. It will put technical and resolution to satisfy the WRC 23 agenda items and topics. And most importantly, it will be used as the basis for future decisions taken at WRC 23. Dear participants, WRC 23 has an extensive agenda with 19 specific items and 11 standing agenda items, covering field, aeronautical, maritime, science, and satellite services. Since I will not have time to delve into all agenda items, I will focus on those that you will discuss further in the other sessions of this event. Starting with the fixed, mobile, and broadcasting issues, Agenda Item 1.2 will consider the identification of several bands for IMT. More specifically, Region 1 will consider the identification of the 3.3 to 3.4 GHz band and some of the upper 6 GHz band for IMT. Working Party 5D has just concluded its meeting, and they continue to compile the working documents on sharing and compatibility studies of IMT systems in all frequency bands listed under Resolution 245. For the 3.3 to 3.4 GHz band, specific attachments to the working documents on sharing and compatibility are being developed for the incumbent radio location service and fixed service. A similar approach is being taken for the 6 GHz band, where specific attachments are being developed for fixed and fixed satellite service, as well as for space research service and space operation service. I understand that there is much debate on the use of the upper and lower 6 GHz band around the world with regard to the use of the band for licensed or unlicensed services. Moving on to Agenda Item 1.3, the conference will consider the mobile allocation of the C band in Region 1. Several countries are currently using or considering to use this band for the provision of connectivity to verticals, while other countries strongly rely on C-band for satellite communications. Since this is not the first time that the WRC considers the C-band, Working Party 5A has reviewed the existing ITUR recommendations and reports addressing coexistence of mobile services with fixed service satellites and fixed services. Agenda Item 1.5 refers to the UHF band and considers, on one hand, the expansion of mobile coverage due to the favorable propagation characteristics in the frequency bands below 1 GHz, and on the other hand, the current and future use of the band for terrestrial television broadcasting service. C61 is the responsible group for this agenda item, as you know, and they are developing working documents on the spectrum use and spectrum needs of existing services, as well as sharing and compatibility studies in the band 470 to 694 MHz, as well as the preliminary draft CPM text. With several countries in the Middle East using very little broadcasting services, and they would prefer an identification of the band for IMT, digital terrestrial television has only recently been deployed in many African countries, which might prefer a no change to the current allocations. So it will be paramount to go beyond these differences and find a solution that addresses both needs. Moving on to the satellite issues, I highlight the agenda items dealing with Earth Stations in Motions, or ESIMs. Development of ESIMs addresses the growing need for broadband connectivity access, regardless of location. So Agenda Item 115 considers the operation of Earth stations on aircraft and vessels communicating with geostationary space stations in the fixed satellite service. At the last Working Party 4A meeting, important consideration has been given to the compatibility and protection of fixed satellite services, including Appendix 30B allotment and frequency assignments. Agenda Item 116 also covers aeronautical and maritime ESIMs, but now communicating with non-geostationary fixed satellite stations. In this case, both satellite and Earth stations are moving, which imposes a higher degree of complexity to the studies that are being conducted in Working Party 4A. Agenda Item 117 refers to intersatellite links, which are used to relay data to and from Earth using a space station that is operating at an orbital altitude greater than that of the non-GSO user space station generating the data. This enhances the availability and value of data for low latency applications. And last standing Agenda Item 7, that you all know very well, that is continuously considering changes on advanced publication, coordination, notification, and recording procedures for frequency assignments pertaining to satellite networks. The goal of this agenda item is to improve the current procedures and facilitate the rational, efficient, and economical use of radio frequencies and any associated orbits. These are just a few of the many important topics that will be covered in WRC 23. You can follow the status of the studies for each agenda item in the ITU website for the WRC 23 that is now available. Moreover, the second interregional workshop on WRC23 preparation will take place by the end of this year, and you are all very welcome to join. Finally, this MENA conference will consider the path beyond 5G. I would like to share with you that the ITUR Working Party 5D has just approved a preliminary draft new report on future technology trends of IMT and terrestrial IMT systems towards 2030 and beyond for further consideration at the study group level. This report highlights potential technology enablers which could be applied in the future for the development of IMT systems for 2030 and beyond. It includes technologies for artificial intelligence native communications, for integrated sensing and communication, to support coverage of communication and computer, technologies for device-to-device communications, to efficiently utilize spectrum, to enhance energy efficiency and lower power consumption, as well as technologies to enhance the radio interface and radio network per se. Dear friends, the ITU, and more specifically the World Radio Communication Conference, is the main stage for spectrum-related decisions. I invite you to come to the ITU to share the positions and needs of your administration, your region, or your company. And while doing so, consider a broader solution that addresses the needs not only of your specific, but also of other Middle East and North African countries. I'm confident that we can find technical solutions applicable across the whole region. With this, we'll wish you a very successful and productive conference, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Mario, thank you very much, and really appreciate those thoughts and that overview of some of the work that's been done in preparation for WRC. And I'm sure it's going to be a theme that runs throughout our 2 days of discussion, and particularly in the next session, which is going to be focusing specifically on that. So I'm sure I speak for everyone here and online when we say how great and how useful it is to hear from you directly some of those thoughts. So thank you so much, and really do appreciate you taking the time to join us. So thank you once again. And finally, for our opening ceremony, it's my honor to give the floor to somebody I'm sure who really needs no introduction at all, Mr. Tariq Al-Awadi, Chairman of the Arab Spectrum Management Group. So ASMG, alongside ITU, is one of the partner organizations for this conference, and it's become somewhat of a tradition to hold this conference alongside one of the ASMG meetings. So Tariq, we really appreciate the support that you, the Khalid, and all of the members at ASMG provide the events, and really do thank you for that, and for the input that you provide into helping this event become the success that it is. So thank you very much. So now it's my great honor to welcome you to the stage to come and provide your opening remarks and an update from the region from your side. Tariq, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Kareem, Nabiyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam ajma'in. Ms. Ulfa Al-Jamali, Director General of Frequency Agency in Tunisia. Mr. Mario Ivanovich, Director BR of ITU. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh, and good morning everyone here. It's really a pleasure to see you here after a long time, after lockdown for 2 years, and to see all those faces again, discussing the important things about the frequency. But before that, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of ASMG. I would like to thank FAIRS Forum Global for organizing this conference, the 6th MENA Spectrum Management Conference, which has said Dan in it is always to be alongside with this ASMG meeting. I would like to thank Dan and his team for always arranging, making all the possible needs that suit our requirement here and make comfortable for our meeting or the conference. I would like to also to thank the host country, Tunisia, Ms. Ulfa and her team for working very hard on making our life here very suitable, comfortable, and thanks a lot, Ulfa and your team, for hosting this conference. Also, I'd like to thank all of you for really coming here after a long time lockdown and to see, mashallah, good numbers. I was not expected that after this pandemic that we'll see a lot of people coming, but it's good that to see these numbers. And thank you, Danny, for making this arrangement. It's mashallah seeing full here of room. This is one of the things that we have make sure when we start our meeting ASMG, not to have hybrid meeting. It will be just only physical, so that we need to see the people coming here. That's good. Now, we're talking about spectrum. All the people in the room, they are always thinking about the spectrum radio, and this is the most important element things in telecom sectors. Whenever that any new telecom operator would like to enter any country or open new operator in any country, the first thing they are looking for the radio spectrum. So if the country has developed sufficient and good regulations, process, and national spectrum plan, they will be able to have newcomer in their country with the good things. And this is experience, I'm sure that all of our country here, at least in our region, ASMG or Arab group, they have made the same experience when they have opened their country and enter new telecom operators, and to try to find suitable frequency band for those newcomers. I'll share with you also on our experience in UAE that when we had it in 2005 when we have started to have new telecom operator other than Etisalat at that time. So the first thing that they were looking for, radio frequency. And at that time, Etisalat was, because of that one, incumbent and National Telecom. So they were having the whole frequencies, the 900, 1800 that time. So we have to work hard in order to vacate the band. And when we vacate the portion of the band, the newcomer was not also happy with it, because they said that it will not sufficient, it's not fair. It was not an easy process for us in order to vacate that band. And we don't want also to make disrupt. But after a long time, even one time happened that he said, if we'll not get frequency, we'll not have service. It was with me. I said, fine. That's the only frequency that we can give you. Other than that, we cannot. But that is taught us at that time, we have to have proper plan. We have to have national spectrum plan proper. We have to have some regulations. In order to future, if we'll have similar things, we can accommodate the need or requirement of those telecom operators. So we started from that one, and we have it good frequency plan in UAE, and then later we start also to see it in the region, and DCC, and then an Arab group. Right now, alhamdulillah, from that time, the ASMG group are much active in radio communication services, especially if we go radio sector and ITR. The ASMG team is the more active team in Arab region with ITU. We have very good, very strong team, ASMG. We are all proud of it. They made a lot of changes in the past. In the past 10 years, I can tell you that one. And now preparation for WRC also, it's going very well. In the last 3 days, we had good meeting. And we have update our position for agenda item WRC 23. The good thing that's also our team already participating in those working group or working parties, study group in ITU are submitting contribution for our showing our position. And this is one thing that before Arab group was not that much active in working parties or study groups. Right now, it's mashallah, alhamdulillah, very good participating, and we have good also relationship with our private sector. And I'd like to thank them also that when they are coming to our meeting, talking to us, submitting their contribution, sharing with us their latest technologies coming, and that is also making our contribution to ITU much better and introducing new technologies in our countries. When coming to the new technologies now, I know that we have terrestrial, space, maritime, broadcasting, all those new technologies coming there. In our countries, our leaders, our government, they are looking to have these new technologies. they would like to have services, government services. If I tell you about UAE at least, that all government services has to be provided and reached to the customer. I remember once being called from federal government and to the palace of His Excellency or His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Rashid, the Vice President. One day he called us, all of us, not telecom sector, I mean all of government, and he asked that, and he tell us that the late Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, Allah yarhamah, he said that I need the government services to reach to the customer, not the customer has to come to the government services. So from that time, it was, remember, maybe 10 years ago. So that time, we really, as all telecom, all sectors, different sectors, working very hard in order to make sure that the services reach to the customer. And of course, which sector that can help them, it is telecom sector. Because at the end, the telecom sector has to be very strong in order to make sure that the services reach to the customer. And that's good thing that in UAE telecom operators work very hard and make sure that the infrastructure to be very strong. From our side, we tried our best to provide them whatever that can support them in order to have good services, good infrastructure. From spectrum also, we were one of the first countries in the world that providing spectrum anytime, introducing new technologies. When we came also to the 5G, with the support of ASMG in 2017 in Jordan meeting, we have agreed to allocate the band 3.4 or 3.3 to 3.8 for 5G as a mobile service 5G. And immediately after that, UAE, as one of the first countries in the world, declared introducing the 5G. Right now in the UAE, we are having 90% of 5G in populated area, where the population area there. Of course, the 4G is almost 100% all over UAE, and using the whole band for the 3 gigahertz, 3.4 to 3.8. Even the millimeter wave, we have already assigned to the both operator, 1 gigahertz each. And Expo 2020, the whole Expo was full 5G, and the landmark like airport, Dubai airport, and some areas already 5G with millimeter waves there. So that's also required from us as a spectrum management team to work very hard in order to provide the new technologies in our country and to suit their requirement. Because our government, they have big ambitions. They would like to have to see those services available for their people, their public. And our role, we have to make sure that these services or these technologies can be entered easily to the countries. I'm just sharing with you this some small experience. We have so many things that we can share with you. And one of the things that, of course, next year, inshallah, WRC 23, it will be in UAE. I know some people, all of you are asking where it will be, Abu Dhabi, Dubai. If you ask me, I don't know also. I'm also just one of you, like waiting to see where it will be in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. I just also send the message before the meeting to our people there to see that if they have decided yet, said not yet. So if you ask me, I don't know yet, but definitely it will be in UAE. So you are most welcome in the UAE, and of course we will have big challenge there during the WRC 23. We know that there are a number of agenda items, very important, very delicate items. But of course, with all of you, your support, your cooperation, I'm sure that we will have very successful conference as we had before, like in Sharm el-Sheikh 2019 and others, and we will reach to the good agreement. So thank you very much again for allowing me to be here with you, and looking forward to have a very successful MENA conference, spectrum management. And thanks again to Dan and his team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tariq. And yeah, there's some fantastic work being done both in UAE and across the region in the spectrum field, and it's great to have that overview of that. And I'm sure that everyone here and people all around the world are really looking forward to coming to UAE. whether it's Dubai or Abu Dhabi, coming to UAE for WRC next year. So really looking forward to it. And Tarek, thank you very much once again for being part of our opening ceremony in that way. Thank you. So yeah, we've mentioned WRC. We've heard a mention of WRC quite considerably already with the opening remarks there. So it's now my honor to open the conference officially with our first panel, which fittingly is going to be focusing specifically on WRC 23 and looking at whether the preparations are on track. So I'd like to now welcome up to the stage, please, our moderator and our speakers for this session. So Khalid Alawadi, Mohammed Maghazi, Ross Bateson, Mohamed Jawad, Walid Sami, and Fatima Karim. If I could invite you all to please come and join us to the stage, and I will then pass the floor over to Khalid, who is going to be moderating this session. So whilst they're all coming up, I'd just like to once again say a big thank you to everyone for your participation, both here and those of you online, to remind you all to please get involved in the discussions. We want things to be as interactive as possible. So for everybody here, you can ask questions in the traditional way by raising your hand. For those of you online, please do make use of the online Q&A area as well. So please do that, and we're going to be getting started very shortly with our opening panel. Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conference, first of all, of course, and welcome to the first session in the conference, which is about the WRC and the preparations for the WRC. Of course, it's a spectrum management conference, and right now, I think the most important topic in spectrum management is the World Radio Conference, which is going to be next year. Of course, this WRC is a bit unique, and we haven't had preparations as we had it this time. Every cycle we have preparations, as you know, for 3-4 years, and we conduct the studies and the working parties or the responsible groups, and we come to the conference prepared and ready with all the results of the studies. This time we had a unique case. We had a pandemic, and we had some special arrangements to continue working. Thanks to technology, actually, and the developments in connectivity, that we had these virtual meetings that helped us in conducting all the work. However, this is actually the topic of our discussion today, and I think it's going to be a very interesting discussion. Without further continuing or without further ado, I'd like to first introduce the panel today in the session. Dr. Maghazi, he's representing the ASMG. Ross Batson from the GSMA. Dr. Mohamed Jawad from the GSOA. Dr. Walid Sami from EBU. And Fatma Karim from the GSA. So first we'll start with the small speech from each of our panelists. So if you allow me, I'd like to welcome Dr. Mohamed Maghazi from the ASMG, please. Dr. Mohamed Maghazi is the Acting Executive Director of National Spectrum Affairs Department at the National Telecommunication Regulatory Authority of Egypt. He is the Chairman of Working Group 1 at the ASMG and Vice Chairman of the CPM 23. Dr. Maghazi is holder of a PhD in Electrical and Electronic Engineering. He published many papers in esteemed conferences and prestigious journals, and supervised many master's theses and PhD dissertations on spectrum affairs. He's the founder of the Global Telecom Policy Researchers Network. Dr. Maghazi, the floor is yours.
صباح الخير, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Khalid, I remember sending you a bit longer bio. Didn't I? Thank you so much for your...
I responded with giving you a short bio.
Right. Thank you so much, Khalid. صباح الخير جميعا. So, we have this saying in Arabic, and it's usually very famous among our Saudi brothers, Abshir. And we Egyptians say khair. And Khalid is always telling me, relax, which means, translation, good things usually come from bad things. And frankly speaking, this what happened with COVID-19. So I remember we did have that quick meeting as the chair of the group with Mr. Tariq Al-Awadi, and he instructed us to move fast, to include everyone. And guess what? The most inclusive period in ASMG was the last 18 months. I personally did have 8 meetings for only working party 1. At the ITU level, I've done some statistics analysis, for instance, working party 5D. Working party 5D before the pandemic, we did have like 13 participants from 8 developing countries. Last meeting, we did have 117 participants from 31 developing countries. We did include everyone. We did include the industry. And even at the ITU level, they did have that platform for interaction. Can anyone guess who was the founder or promoter of that platform? It was UAE. So we did move fast. We also enable everybody to move with us. During the last period, several Arab countries has made a big consultation. You have Saudi Arabia, you have Qatar, you have UAE, you have Tunis, you have Jordan, and even Egypt. We did all have a lot of work during the last period. However, we did notice also some change in the dynamic of the industry and the participation. So you have this dialogue between the Wi-Fi and mobile guys, and you have also the satellite guys included. You have a dialogue between the mobile guys and the broadcasting guys, and you have also dialogue from the PMSE guys. I guess the pandemic has told us to listen to everyone. Let's move together on this. Let's accommodate everybody's requirement. SMG is very unique. It has countries that has the fastest 5G speeds around the world. And it has some countries that has launched recently 4G. So in brief, this is what we do about SMG. Abshir or khair or good things are coming up. We help each other and we move together. Thank you, Khalid.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for this nice introduction. And I've got some nice, interesting questions regarding the comments that you just made. I'll move now to the next speaker, Mr. Ross Batson. Ross has worked for the GSMA as a special advisor on government affairs since 2007. Recently, his projects have included defining use of the digital dividend with the mobile and broadcasting community in Russia, Eastern Europe, and the CIS, the coordinating political engagement on the GSMA's mobile broadband project in Europe, Africa, and Middle East. Prior to GSMA, Ross worked at the telecom consultancy Access Partnership, where he served as a director charged with the government affairs and as the lead financial analyst at Telecom Finance. Ross holds an honor degree from Manchester University. Ross, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Khalid. When you give me an introduction like that, it makes me feel like I've been around for a very long time. And perhaps I'm going to talk about some of that a little bit today. So thank you so much to Forum Global ASMG for having us there this week. When we had the discussion on this panel, Khalid made it clear that we wanted to talk about routes forward. So I'm going to touch briefly on some GSMA positions. I'm contractually obliged to do that, but I can see my friend in front of me here. So I'm going to make a little joke and say I'm going to do this first slide at Abdul Hadi speed, and then we'll crack on to some of the thoughts about how to take this work forward. So I think you all know this by now. Below 1 gigahertz, we're looking at increasing our at a co-primary allocation and possible identification for those countries that want to do it. 3 to 3.8, I think that's an easier decision in this part of the world, looking at the mobile allocation and IMT identifications where appropriate. For the 48499, we need to relax those conditions. And the crucial 6 gigahertz band, which is going to be one of the really hot topics, we're looking at that IMT identification. I will just get back to 6 gigahertz right at the end. But for now, I wanted to talk about some of the good news that we've had at the ITU recently. Those of you who were in Geneva, I think many of you were following Working Party 5A. We had whatever it was, 2 years of pretty difficult discussions on Working Party, on Agenda Item 1.3, that culminated a few weeks ago in what was a very simple meeting, in all honesty. And we had a very easy time in getting the CPM text written at the end of the day. Some discussions, but everything calmed down and we realized we needed to get on with it. So after 2 years, we got the methods that you can see on the board in front of you. And we all agreed on these. These are abbreviated, so method C has lots of variations for the different technical conditions, but the basic methods are what you see in front of you. And these are all agreed. And why did we find that relatively simple? Well, if you look at these methods, would anyone really have looked 2 years ago and said, there are going to be different methods from these? Probably not. These are the ones that people wanted in the first place, and we've agreed to make sure that they were included. So a few rules we set in place with both Mr. Kramer and Mr. Gutierrez, who ran this work in Working Party 5A. A couple of English sayings today. I'm going to follow on from Dr. Mogazi in that regard. The first one is don't ignore the elephant in the room. So this is not a comment about the English being really impolite to elephants. It's a metaphor that says don't ignore the really obvious thing. And the really obvious thing for Agenda Item 1.3 was some people had a view that the script of the agenda item precluded talking about an IMT identification. Other people thought that it was reasonably written in a reasonably opaque, broad fashion, and that could include an IMT identification. This phrase, regulatory actions, was one of those ITU phrases that took a lot of interpretation during the work. And clearly there were two very different views on this. And clearly we could have argued over those until well past WRC 23. But we got these interviews that were put right at the top of the CPM text, taken out of all the methods and everything else, and we put them at the top. We did not ignore the elephant in the room, but we could then, having agreed that there were these two different views, get on with the work. So that was one of the positives that we took forward. The other thing that we agreed reasonably early on was that we would hear everybody's methods. I think there's really strong ITU precedent of this going back years and years and years, that people can propose the methods they want, or administrations can, and whether that's an administration or a sector member, that got some scrutiny, but in the end everything was included. And I think we can look back through various CPM texts and see that the CPM is a really tolerant meeting. We understand and we listen to people's methods. It's about giving options for countries to make decisions at the WRC. It's not the WRC itself. I picked on one example that I was very familiar with from Agenda Item 1.13 in the last conference, where there was one method that, rather than proposing any kind of IMT identification, which was the intent of the agenda item, instead proposed an identification for HDFSS. But that's not the only one. There is loads and loads going back through history. So understanding that CPM is a tolerant meeting and we should hear everybody's methods is an important point as well. So to cover a few lessons learned, I think, certainly we needed to accept this wasn't a WRC. I think in the first week of Working Party 5A, there was still a bit of arguments that maybe it was, but by the second week, we realized that it was time to get on with business and finish the job in hand. We don't have time to get emotional. It's really easy on the microphone to get annoyed with the person who's not agreeing with you and not protecting your sector in the way that you see fit, but we don't have time for that. Number three, look, listen to Mario. The BR director has been telling us from the word go that he's not going to delay the WRC, because if he gives us more time, we'll just take more time. And that was certainly very true of this Working Party 5A. All of a sudden, the last meeting, we got our heads down and got on with it. So with the BR director, as always, was right on that point. I gave you a little quote from Einstein on this slide about taking a long time to think about a problem before you come up with a solution. Well, I think in the ITU, we're probably a bit too good about thinking about the problems. We do need to remember to spend that last 5 minutes to come up with the solution. This was maybe told very clearly when we were talking about the background text. That text on the right-hand side of your slide in front of you now is the entirety of the background text for agenda item 1.3. It's one sentence. Previous meeting in February, we spent 2 weeks where we pretty much only discussed the background text. And then we came to the last meeting, we just said, it's not important, let's just get that get on with it and say that we have more important things to do. So that's another lesson learned there, I think. So all in all, we've got a lot of complex agenda items, this WRC. But I'm reasonably confident we'll get on with them. We've still got work to do in a lot of them. We've got another meeting that's been very difficult, TG61, coming up in September. But it's been no harder than Working Party 5A, and I'm confident we'll come to expedient solutions to do our job, which is writing the CPM text and getting the methods in place so people can make their decisions at WRC 23. I would say one more thing, another English proverb that does not encourage cruelty to cats, but we have a very strange saying in English. There are many ways to skin a cat, which means that if a problem is unpleasant, find another solution to do it. And we're looking at the moment at mid-band spectrum at this WRC. The mobile industry needs 2 gigahertz of mid-band for 5G in order to produce quality and affordability. And there are seemingly many mid-bands and many ways to look at this problem. But although there are many ways of looking at this problem, it's very, very challenging to do that without the upper 6 gigahertz band. And I put that last because this really isn't maybe a discussion we're having at WRC, but outside of it with individual countries. And it's very, very important that we look at the future. 6 gigahertz to unlicensed technologies will have an impact on the quality and affordability of 5G services going into the latter part of this decade. And it's important to realize that we need to look at the elephant in the room once more and realize that you can't have everything at once. We need that 2 gigahertz, and making decisions on 6 gigahertz will impact the quality of 5G. And the problem is that although maybe over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, we will develop new ways of looking at broadcast content. And although WRC 19 gave us a lot of millimeter wave spectrum for now to make use of, in that mid-band range between 1 to 7 gigahertz, we're not really sure where we're going to be going after this. Maybe some countries are looking at 3.1 to 3.4, for example. That's not going to be available everywhere. Some countries are looking at 4.4 to 4.8. That's not going to be available everywhere. So this is one of the last pieces, and our opportunities are fading in this regard. So I'll leave you those thoughts for today, but I'm very positive about the outcomes of this WRC 23, and we're looking forward to spending time with you in Abu Dhabi or Dubai in November next year. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ross. Why Abu Dhabi or Dubai? Maybe Sharjah. Maybe Ras Al Khaimah. You don't know. So thank you very much for these points. Actually, you raised very, very nice and interesting topics. I'd love to jump into the discussion, but we need to all have the equal introduction first, and then we'll jump into the discussions and arguments. And I think there are lots of questions, at least from my side. We have 300 participants virtually, and we have the esteemed delegates who are attending here. So I think we're going to have a congested meeting and congested session. Next, we have Mrs. Fatma Karim. Fatma Karim is chairwoman of GSA ASMG Spectrum team. Fatma is working for Huawei Technologies as technical director on spectrum regulations and policy, with a special focus on Middle East, Northern Africa, and Europe. Fatma is actively contributing at global regulatory work in ITU, at regional level in ASMG and CPT, and at national level in collaboration with interested administrations. Prior to joining Huawei in 2016, Fatma worked for almost 2 decades on wireless systems as senior technical manager, standard expert, technology strategist, and transversal projects leader. Fatma, you have the floor.
you so much. Assalamu alaikum جميعا. I'm happy to be with you here today in Tunis. شكرا جزيلا للإدارة التونسية. It has been really a fantastic stay in Tunis العاصمة. So now going back to WRC23, it has been a tough 2 years that we have crossed together. Progressing over virtual conferences does not have that human interaction that allows us all to converge and build consensus in an easier way. But I think everything has been put in place to make it actually possible for people to progress the debate and to progress the different agenda items. So I thank Dr. Mughazi for the positive upshare. Very nice. And I repeat to myself very often, Inna ma'al usri yusra. And I think that after this period, now that we have our in-person meetings starting, the progress, I'm confident, will go to some nice place where all of these agenda items will have a positive, inshallah, outcome. So I will be presenting a few slides with some views from GSA on agenda items 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.5. So I will not stop at the first slides. Everybody knows GSA. GSA is Association of Vendors, which is representing the global mobile industry since 1998. I think everybody is used to the very precious reports and also database from GSA Association, giving an insight on the progress of the mobile industry. I'll go right away to agenda items. So on agenda item 1.1, we had some very interesting discussions last week and this week under ASMG Working Group 1, chaired by Dr. Mughazi, with us today. Something I would like to highlight is that this agenda item is about protection of stations of the aeronautical and maritime mobile service located in international waters. So we're not talking about these stations in national waters, but in international waters. And that's a very important element of this debate. And this is why the discussion at ITU level has been very complex. Most of the discussion at ITU level was about the regulatory part, not really about the technical part of it, but really understanding the regulatory part of it. We still hope and we encourage Arab administrations to continue this debate and inshallah have some final decisions in our next meetings. From GSA perspective, in order to allow and facilitate for interested administrations, any IMT deployments in this band, it's important to remove or relax these PFD conditions that are part of this footnote 411B. And we also encourage, today there are 2 countries from our region, Djibouti and Sudan, who are already part of that footnote. We encourage interested administrations actually to support that agenda item and to join that footnote, taking into account the usage they have in their countries. And I think part of the decision we have taken this week is that administrations need to look to the usage they have in that band. So this is important. Also agenda item among others, but it will not be about studies. This is mostly about understanding the regulatory part of it. So my next slide is about agenda item 1.2. And this is one of those agenda items that took most of our time during last week and this week, and also at ITU level. A lot of studies, a lot of simulations, different views have been submitted to ITU and also to our region. We have here 2 bands which are interesting for our region. The first one is 3.3 to 3.4, and I would like to jump on what Mr. Tariq Al-Awadi reminded us in his speech. Our region, our lucky region, has agreed back in 2018 in Amman, in our Jordan meeting, to actually use the band from 3.3 to 3.8 for 5G. That has been a very ambitious, actually, objective, and was also a very good consensus within our region. The first part, which is 3.3 to 3.4, has been agreed by all Arab administrations, except, if I remember well, four administrations that had some reserves. But the majority of Arab countries were happy with the band 3.3 to 3.4 to be used for 5G. We support that position from the Arab region, and we really encourage countries to add their names, to amend the footnote for 3.3 to 3.4, and to add their names to that footnote in order to actually support IMT in that portion of the band. Now, the second band is the famous 6425 to 7125 gigahertz band, and this band is studied for harmonization over region 1. These 700 megahertz of spectrum are studied under this agenda item for IMT identification. From GSA perspective, GSA encourage countries and administrations to participate to WRC23 process, and also to contribute to the studies regarding this band at ITU level. And there has been a lot of views, a lot of contributions submitted this week to our region. And inshallah, we hope that within the next meeting, we'll have some consensus and inshallah, some conversions on that one. So very quickly, next agenda item is agenda item 1.3. Ross made it very easy for me. It was detailed, and thank you, Ross, for that. The work under agenda item 1.3 has progressed a lot in the last WP5A meeting. CPM text allows flexibility. There is actually no need to fight too much about CPM text, neither for this agenda item nor for the others. It should reflect the views from different parties and give the flexibility to countries actually to decide at the end. So from JSA perspective, we invite ASMG administrations who agreed back in 2018 to actually, for the use of this band for 5G, we encourage them to support upgrading the mobile allocation to primary in this WRC conference, inshallah. And we should really strive not to add any constraint to mobile actually usage on that band in order to not actually harm the current deployment, the current investment in our region on this band. So last but not least, agenda item 1.5, also one of the most important ones for our region. We had a lot of discussions last week, this week, regarding the UHF band. So from JSA perspective, we're inviting administrations to support co-primary mobile allocation. Why? Co-primary mobile allocation is something that will give flexibility to administrations, to countries to decide depending on what they want to do with that portion of spectrum that they have. We acknowledge, and we know, we have heard it along the week, there are different usages inside our region. Some of the administrations are still heavily using broadcast. Some other administrations are ready to move forward to new technologies. We need to work together to make it possible, and for administrations actually to deploy the latest technologies they want, but on the same time on protecting existing services. So with that, I would finish my speech here, and we
give the floor to other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatma. Again, you gave us very nice comments regarding the hot topics, let's say, in WRC. I'd love to jump into the discussions. And I think these two gentlemen are eager to discuss as well, because we've been hearing from the ASMG, we've been hearing from the mobile industry. Let's jump into another industry right now. We'll talk about the satellite industry, and I'd like to introduce my friend, Dr. Muhannad. Dr. Muhannad Jawad from the GSOA. Dr. Muhannad has over 13 years experience within the satellite industry, where he held various roles. Currently, he is Director of Spectrum Strategy at Intelsat, where he is responsible in assisting Intelsat's strategic long-term spectrum position in the marketplace. In his role, he works closely with the company's Vice President on Corporate and Spectrum Strategy and the Spectrum Strategy team to analyze and identify emerging spectrum opportunities and risks for Intelsat. In addition, he is responsible for managing efforts from Europe, Middle East, and Africa that protect, optimize, and leverage the company's spectrum assets in support of Intelsat's broader long-term growth strategy. Dr. Muhannad, you have the floor.
Shukran, Khalid, and I'm eager to get into the discussion. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings to you all. It's a very special honor to be in this historically rich city with its very special and kind people. I would like to cover in a few minutes two different industries and their associated agenda items in this WRC cycle, one being the mobile industry and the terrestrial services, and their potential impact to existing services. And the second is the satellite agenda items and their associated applications, in particular eSIMs applications in geo and non-geo, bringing on-the-move satellite broadband. So I'll get into the first one. When it comes to agenda item 1.2, for sure the ITU has managed well, and we have to compliment them despite the COVID. But it also has meant that we've only met this year when we have to discuss the technical issues, which is really the essence of all the agenda items. And this has hampered progress, no doubt. So let's get into the studies. When it comes to the downlink, we have 5 studies with very different results in terms of the separation distance obtained, mainly due to the clutter losses and their considerations, either on the transmission side or clutter on the receiving side or on both sides. And this meant that the separation distances range from hundreds of kilometers when clutter is applied on the BS station side on the rooftops, or to tens of kilometers when clutter is applied on one side, or down to just several kilometers when the clutter is applied on both sides. So this has meant different results, and will be interesting to see how we can reconcile that at the conference. On the uplink, there are too many results to mention here. There are 12 studies conducted, and there are too many to include in the slides. But they've all used more or less common assumptions on many parameters, but diverge on key assumptions, including the IMT deployment, for example, the number of base stations, their deployment in rural areas, because we understand C-band is meant to be for rural areas, because it's a sweet spot between coverage and capacity, we have been told. And also the FSS characteristics, for example, the locations of the satellites, their beam pointing, and the apportionment of the interference criteria used. And finally, just like in the downlink, the cluster model and how they apply to IMT base stations in different environments. Clearly, there is a range of results, with some studies showing interference below the protection criteria and others showing interference above. How to resolve this in the limited ITU meetings we have will be a challenge to the ITU. But one thing is for sure, all studies show that there is an impact to the existing services, in particular the FSS. Now, moving into the other agenda items, 1.3, which I must say is a very strange agenda item, mainly because it was developed during the conference. And I hope that we don't repeat the same outcome at this next conference, because we need to learn from these lessons. And the aim of the resolution 246 is to conduct studies between the mobile service and other services allocated on a primary basis, in particular the fixed and satellite services within the 3638, but also in the adjacent part in Region 1. We need the studies to determine whether we need and to ensure protection of these services are allocated, particularly because they are on a primary basis. But despite these studies not yet finalized and agreed upon, we see that at the ITU working group, methods have been introduced before the studies are agreed. I think we need to learn from this lesson in the next cycle. Behind me, you see all the methods so far, and there are others, so I'm not going to go through each one of them. But regardless, all studies indicate that a separation distance is needed as a condition to protect the FSS Earth stations from interference, even in the adjacent bands. Therefore, we believe method B and D, which do not contain any conditions for the upgrade of mobile, are not in fulfillment of the spirit of Resolution 246, and which is to find conditions and allow current and future use of existing services to operate. And respectfully, I might add that most administrations do not consider that INT identification is in the scope of Agenda Item 1.3, as reflected in View 1 of the beginning of the CPM text. We do understand that many administrations in this region do want this method, so it will be interesting how this will be reconciled at the WRC. So moving on to the satellite agenda items, Agenda Item 115, which aims to use the KU band frequencies 1275, 1325, also known as Appendix 30B bands, for earth stations on aircrafts and vessels, also known as eSIMs, which communicate with the geostationary satellites. Of course, the studies need to ensure that eSIMs can operate without impacting the Appendix 30B and existing services, in particular the fixed service. Therefore, we support positions to develop a regulatory framework to allow eSIMs to operate in KU band while ensuring existing services are protected. Now, clearly, there is a high demand for in-flight and maritime connectivity. For example, I came here on an Air France flight. On both flights, which are less than 2 hours, I had broadband Wi-Fi on my phone. Despite COVID, providing connectivity to in-motion devices on planes and cruise ships via satellite is expected to grow. In this region in particular, we have major global airlines. Right now, Emirates has 100% connected fleets. All its 777 and its A380 are connected on KU band. And also Saudi Airlines has over 103 aircrafts connected with in-flight connectivity. Qatar Airline, Egypt Air are for sure on a similar path. On the studies of this agenda item, overall, I think good progress has been made. We have worked on the CPM text already. And during the next 4A meeting, we expect to finalize one PFD mask to protect the fixed service and one separation distance to protect the fixed and maritime services from offshore. And there are two methods, not as the other agenda items, only two methods here. A no change, which is by default, and a method B to add a footnote in Article 5 with the associated resolution. Moving on into KA band now, with eSIMs also being considered for NGSO satellites under Agenda Item 116, the aim of the studies is to develop operational and regulatory measures to allow eSIMs in KA band by NGSOs, while ensuring due protection of existing services in these bands. And while there's already domestic and regional frameworks already in this band to allow this service, there is no currently global harmonized framework, hence why we need this agenda item. And here too, there has been good progress made during the last 4A meeting, with several inputs focusing on the sharing and compatibility studies and advancing the CPM text. And just like in 115, we are addressing the responsibilities of the entities involved in the operations of the eSIMs and the role of the notifying administration. For example, if an eSIM is flying over the Arabian Gulf, what happens if interference is detected by either countries in the Gulf? What is the mechanism to report the interference and who is responsible? And that's where the notifying administration comes in. And just like in 115, we are discussing also the principle of using a PFD. How the BR is going to examine and to ensure that we comply with the PFD is one area that will be expected to be resolved hopefully at the next 4A meeting. On both these topics, contributions will come on 115 and 116, and I think overall good progress has been made. So with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and we hope to see you at the WRC, which I have a strong hunch will be in Dubai. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. And last but not least, I'd like to move now to Dr. Walid Sami. Dr. Walid Sami is from EBU. He's the Senior Project Manager at the European Broadcasting Union. He's responsible for co-coordinating studies on frequency planning and spectrum sharing issues. He represents EPU in a number of European and international forums dealing with spectrum management. He's Vice Chair of ITU Study Group 6 and mostly active in working parties 6A and 1A. Dr. Sami has also a significant role in developing cooperation with Arab States Broadcasting Union and African Union of Broadcasters, as well as administration's members of the ITUD. Dr. Walid, you have the floor.
شكرا جزيلا خالد. Hello everyone. I just realized that this is my first in-person presentation facing such audience since 2 years, and I'm stressed. I didn't realize that it could be stressful after 2 years of unmuting, muting, blurring background, and I have to put my tie again. So fortunately, I didn't forget how to put my tie. So thank you very much. I really appreciate Ulfa, the organization here. Being originated from Lebanon, I feel the historical roots with Carthagena and the Phoenician founders of it. So happy to be here. Thank you very much. So back to earth. I will speak about the broadcasters' preparation for WRC 23. But like my co-panelists, I cannot resist in talking about our position. So that's normal. These are very quickly the let's say this agenda items of interest for us: 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 9, 1C. However, we are monitoring them. We are not contributing actively to these agenda items, except when it is needed. And our positions are defined mostly requesting, protecting the broadcasting services under each of these agenda items. But this is the most important agenda item for us and for many of the participants here. Agenda item 1.5, the UHF band. We are very active. We are contributing with studies in all the forums, and our position is clearly identified. So the first task under Resolution 235 is for the Task Group 6.1 to identify the spectrum use and needs. And Task Group 6.1 with the Working Group 1, which is chaired by one of my colleagues, Darko Ratkai from the EBU, by the way, is progressing very well, almost finished the work, dealing with the inputs from the working parties, especially Working Party 6A, the Broadcasting Working Party in ITU, which published the report BT 2302 about the spectrum requirements for broadcasting. This has been dealt with in the Working Group 1 of Task Group 6.1, and the outcome is a working document. You have the link and a summary of the spectrum use and needs, which will be provided to Working Group 3 in Task Group 6.1 to be used for the CPM text. Let's have a look on what we learned from the from this task, spectrum use and needs, from the broadcaster's point of view. We know from the survey made by Working Party 6A that a significant number of countries in Region 1 still use DTT, the terrestrial platform, for television, to provide television free-to-air to their citizens. A quarter of the countries have more than 75% of their population using the terrestrial platform, 30%, between 25% and 75%, the proportion. And still, there is quarter of the countries not using DTT really to a large extent, less than 25%. Some Arab countries, and I think that this is the area where this is the case, several ASMG countries do not rely on terrestrial. However, we are talking about Region 1, and we have to take into account the whole situation. With regarding to the spectrum needs, what we learned from this work in ITU and the survey is that a large majority of the countries that responded, 106 countries out of 122, required to continue using the whole range 470, 694 for DTT. Some of them, few of them, 10 countries, required even to use more, but they cannot, of course, because now the situation is as we know. Only very few countries, 7 countries, required less, and no country didn't require anything. All right. So there is a need, there is a requirement in this band for terrestrial broadcasting. With regard to the other services, half of the respondents declared using the band for PMSE applications. PMSE, we learned, we saw, for example, in Qatar, the very, very good example, almost the whole availability in the UHF band is already requested for this kind of applications for the Mondial, and there are other events coming. The second subject dealt with in Task Group 6.1 is the sharing studies, and the work is well progressed on this. This is done in the working group 2 of Task Group 6.1, which dealt with already with the inputs from the different working parties. Working Party 6A for broadcasting provided 2 main reports on this: the characteristics, this is BT 2383, but also provided a report which gives what they call field national reports on the interference cases faced in the implementation of IMT in the co-primary allocated bands, means the 700 and the 800 MHz band. And you can find real examples reported by the administrations themselves about the cases of interference between IMT and DTT in those bands. The work is progressed quite well, and thanks to a correspondence group which is still working now to finalize the working document on all the sharing studies and the summary that will go to working group 3. And this correspondence group has its final meeting on Monday. What we learned from the technical sharing issues, the first lesson is that there is a major issue with the impact from DTT into the uplink of the IMT. This is clearly proven by the sharing studies and the experience from the previous allocations, co-primary allocations. And the required or the interference extent could go up to hundreds of kilometers. I know that there are views in Task Group 6.1 that this should not be considered, because we just consider the impact from the new service to the incumbent. But we are talking about co-primary. Co-primary means that both services will have the same level of right to protection. So how to give a right of protection to a service which is too sensitive and which will impose constraints on its neighbors and the other service. So the flexibility which is mentioned earlier needs a minimum of reasonable compatibility conditions in order to be implemented. If we know that there is one way it's not compatible, how to go for a co-primary? The other learning that we had is the impact from the IMT into DTT, and I know that several Arab countries contributed to this. There are large number of studies, and there are studies subject to question. The correspondence group has progressed very well, and I think that this can be more or less sorted out. We know that the impact, the extent of interference is less than the other way around, and there are mitigation measures, and we can use some terrain, let's say, characteristics. There are systems non-IMT which have characteristics and structure that would allow less interference extent in both directions. These are non-IMT, but they are proposed by some of the administrations. The adjacent channel I will skip because this is more national. and PMSC and IMT cannot use the same band. Now, about the regulatory options and the CPM text, this is the last one. This is dealt with in Working Group 3, and I have to say that I am worried about this one. And I told the chairman, Dr. Abdul Hadi, that I am worried about this one, about the extent of progress on it. The Working Group 1 and 2 provided their output. The Working Group 3 is developing the working document, but the level of progress is quite middle, and we have only one meeting in September to finalize all this. And the methods for regulatory options are listed here. Grosso modo, we have three methods: the no change that we support, the co-primary, and the secondary. These are the big methods. But the important thing is that under these methods, there are variants. The no change, depending on the date, the co-primary, depending on the extent of the band, depending on the scope regionally, depending on the time of application, etc., and the secondary. I will not go into the arguments for us supporting no change, but I am pleased to see that in the meeting in the last 3 days, there is increasing number of Arab countries supporting no change. And this, I'm not inviting administrations to do it. So conclusion, progress is good, but WG3 needs a bit of boost. And because the proverbs given by Ross, I like them very well. In my next presentation, I will find proverbs. But the only thing I can think about now is too much is not enough. Sorry, Ross. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walid. This is very interesting, actually. Given the many times he has been mentioned, I started to believe that there are agenda items called Abdul Hadi agenda items. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have a very interesting panel here. We have an ASMG representative and we have industry representatives. That would give us the opportunity to discuss the preparations for the WRC, which is, I remind you, the topic of this session. And then we have representatives of various industries, which also gives us the opportunity to discuss content of the agenda items and the different positions. So I think we have a very nice opportunity. Unfortunately, we have only 20 minutes to utilize this opportunity. So before I move on with my questions, I think it's only polite to ask first the audience if there are any questions from the audience for the time being. Abdul Hadi, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks to all the panelists. I think it was very interesting, ideas to be shared. Just a simple answer to my distinguished colleague, Dr. Walid. I'm not worried about Working Group 3. It will go well. So this is normal. This is the last, I think, part of our work, which is after finishing the spectrum user needs, sharing studies, and then probably having the CBM text, and definitely the methods satisfy the agenda item will be the last part of it. So probably I'm optimistic. We're going to get a convergence on certain approach, and hopefully we'll get successful meeting in the next TG61. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abdul Hadi. A response to that? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Abdul Hadi. So if you allow me then, I'd like to discuss first the preparations. So I think I would first ask, first of all, I'd like to talk about the impact of the pandemic. I've noticed many talks were made regarding the impact and how we actually dealt with this impact from the different perspectives. But from generally, given a general view, is there a big impact of the pandemic on the preparations? And are we ready to provide a good and sufficient content to the coming meeting of the CPM? That's a question probably I'd like to ask to Dr. Walid, please.
Thank you very much, Khalid. Really, personally, I didn't find any issue with continuing the work online. in the EBU, we are used to do it because we are an association of public service broadcasters, which are geographically distributed. So before the pandemic, we were doing lots of online meetings. So this was a continuation, but amplified. And I was happy to see that even the ITU, with the specific requirement of ITU meetings with hundreds of participants and raise hands in the order and so on, it was well managed. It was well managed. So I think that if there is an impact of COVID and online, it was rather positive, because now we see that Mario, director of BR, said that the next meetings will also allow not only in person but also virtual, which means that the participation will be higher than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walid. And allow me also to give you my opinion. I think really the virtual meetings, though there are disadvantages, but at the same time, it gave us the opportunity to have more often meetings, which sometimes trouble us even at work. So we're having meetings all the time and back to back. It gives the opportunity to technically discuss the requirements. And if there are sometimes requirements to meet and gather and discuss only a few topics or small topics, previously you used to find that very difficult because you need to like arrange for a big physical meeting. But today you need to discuss a small topic. You just arrange a meeting around the globe in a day or in a couple of days, and then you meet with everyone and discuss the things. So I think it also allowed us to have a good progress in the preparations. Mohamed, please, you want to add something?
Yeah, I would like to just respectfully agree in some points, but I think there's a limitations to the online meetings, especially with the different regions. We don't have enough time to discuss technical aspects of inputs, and that really needs to be flushed out at physical meetings. And you see that, as I mentioned, sometimes, and just to use another proverb, we're putting the cart before the horse, because methods are being introduced before the actual studies have been agreed upon. And I think that's dangerous, because you need the method and the studies to determine what the methods will be. So there are good things, and I think the ITU has coped well, but I think a hybrid approach going forward will definitely be there, but not to supersede the physical meetings. And by the way, I might just add, all these meetings have been on a Wi-Fi connections from all of us at home. So there's a good shout out for the Wi-Fi industry here.
I have actually a comment on that. Yes, please. Sorry.
Yes, I really was thinking that I said that it is positive, but there was one negative aspect. When we talk about ITU with all these time differences, there was struggle, and it's a bit somehow egoist in French from my side to say that it was wonderful, because I live in Geneva and the ITU is in Geneva, so the working hours were on Geneva time. But I remember that colleagues from Australia, colleagues from the US were struggling to stay until 1 o'clock in the morning to join this. So I think, as Mohamed said, there are limitations. They should not be the only way, but we have accelerated a bit this use of the technology, and it's good to use it as a complement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walid. I also like to add to whatever you said. In the introductions, actually, Ross mentioned it and Dr. Mohamed mentioned it. When we came back to physical meetings, and I'd like to add that as well, because I have experienced it at the same time. When you're back to physical meetings, progress is achieved in a dramatic way. You work for a couple of years virtually, and you cannot progress something, and you come for one physical meeting, and you could achieve all of these things that were pending for 2 years. I've seen it myself, actually. I'd like, if someone would like to add about that. Yes, Fatma, please. Okay, ladies first, please, Fatma.
Wallahi, very short. I call it the magic of coffee breaks. And these coffee breaks are magical in every region, because that convergence, that consensus is very often happening in these informal meetings somewhere with closed, like limited number of people, and that goes faster. So there are advantages to online, bigger participation, more time, more flexibility. But I believe that now that we are going in person, inshallah, there will be faster progress.
Inshallah. I'd give the floor to Dr. Moghazi to comment on that, but also I'd like you to talk about another thing, Doctor. Regarding the ASMG and the participation of the industry in the preparations of the ASMG, how did the pandemic affect that and the virtual meetings? How did we deal with it in the ASMG regarding the participation of the industry, and did that help the participation? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khalid. Actually, my answer on the first question would be similar to the second question. Because I think what the pandemic has affected us most, regardless of having virtual or physical meeting, it put a pressure on all of us to meet the requirement of the end user. So what happened during the pandemic? Wireless was king. Everybody was using Wi-Fi, using 4G, watching the news on the satellite. Wireless is king. It's not about a specific service. It's about all of wireless service. That has put a lot of pressure on the industry to meet the requirement of their end user and put a pressure on us as well. From the ASMG perspective, we did have to meet that demand, and there was an emerging need to include the industry because we're not able to include the end user to get their views. So it was important to get an inclusive participation from the industry, to get their view, to get a presentation from them, because I think everything has a change after the COVID. It's not about virtual or physical. It's about the rapid change in user requirement. Even the ITU. So Mr. Mario has mentioned in the morning that fixed date for CPM, for WRC, but even the ITU was very flexible on that. So Dr. Walid, on 1.5, how many corresponding group was established? Even between the meeting, Dr. Abhadi, how many corresponding group did you establish? So everybody was flexible because the end user is not waiting for us. I have this mobile, it's 4G, this one is Wi-Fi. I go to my room, watch terrestrial broadcasting. It doesn't matter for the end user. So thank you, Khalid.
Thank you, Doctor, for this response. If you allow me, I'll have a couple. I have a couple of questions actually from the floor. The first question is for Ross. How will you achieve globally available spectrum in the 6 gigahertz if major markets, US, Brazil, Korea, already assigned the band to Wi-Fi?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's an important question. And we need to look at what the outcome of WRC 23 is likely to be on that front. Yeah, I think a lot of the agenda items are slightly predictable in how they'll turn out. I don't think that's true of 1.5. I think the next meeting of TG61 is not too hard, but how the political decisions will go in terms of getting the methods sorted, I don't think that's too bad a job. But in terms of the political decisions on 1.5, I don't think any of us know how that's going to go from now on in. But a lot of the other ones are a lot easier, and 6 gigahertz certainly falls into that category. I think it's very clear that there will be some kind of IMT footnote for 6425 to 7125. There is too much weight of population and political power and economies behind 6 gigahertz for that not to happen. Will that footnote be the whole of Region 1? Will it be some countries plus some other countries not in Region 1 that want to sign up to it? I don't know, but there will be that footnote there, and that'll be a method that will be used to build the 6 gigahertz ecosystem. The global harmonization is for sure not possible, but the fact that the United States is not doing something is not a first. You may remember there's a band called 900 megahertz, GSM, that was not used in the United States, but that was quite successful elsewhere. And a number of other things like 1800, 2100, etc. So global harmonization is increasingly difficult. We have it in very, very few bands, and it's really challenging these days to get any kind of truly global agreement. The widest ecosystem we can get, the largest amount of scale we can get is always better. But in terms of 6 gigahertz, I think it's clear that there will be a market for that. It will be some billions of people that will be able to use 6 gigahertz going into the latter half of the decade. And it's a question for all the regulators in this room now of whether or not, when that decision comes at WRC 23, there's an IMT footnote. Maybe it's not for the whole of Region 1, but some countries are signing up to it. Are you going to be in or out of that? And I think staying out of that, maybe that's an opportunity missed as far as we're concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ross. Just allow me, I'm sorry about this because I also had the same comments regarding the 6 gigahertz, and I'd like to lay it down. 6 gigahertz, you know, and also it is related to some of the discussion which Dr. Muhammad said as well. The agenda items, you basically have two things in the agenda items. You have the sharing studies and compatibility studies, and these you have to ensure that they are compatible in order to achieve the agenda item. Of course, we understand that, the technical side, and there is the desire side. Even if the technical side says yes, do you want to do it or not? That's the point. So I'd like to reflect this on the 6 gigahertz. 6 gigahertz. It is a proposal, but why do we have to have it as IMT? Why not Wi-Fi? Technically, practically, what the use cases? Could you just shed some light on that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll be talking more about how the IMT identification works with 6 gigahertz very soon, actually, in the next month or so, about how the ecosystem development is working on that. In terms of how we use the band, the IMT identification used to be the starting gun for development for a band. If you look back through the older IMT bands that we're using, 1800, 2100, the IMT identification, certainly 800 and 700 megahertz, for example, the development started with the WRC decision. And in some ways, that's still true. If you look at 3.5 gigahertz, there's been that long story with, like, you know, our two noble industries, mobile and satellite, discussing how much 3.5 gigahertz can be used. And really only came into play in any major way after the decision in WRC 15, but quite soon after that, because a lot of investment had been made in the band beforehand, following the 2007 slight decision on that as well. So we are now seeing bands, and certainly the upper parts of the 3.5 gigahertz band, used without an IMT identification, but they're still part of that ecosystem that was started off in 2015 with 3436. So building that harmonization and building that ecosystem is really important. And in the case of 6 gigahertz, and you'll hear about this in a new report we'll release later we're still in June, next month, the whole industry is ready to go and can start rolling out systems both on the network and the UE side, 6 months to a year in product development time. But they are waiting for that WRC decision to fire the starting gun to say that, yeah, we have sufficient scale. Obviously, we know that there are certain very large countries at the moment that are supporting 6 gigahertz, and that's a very strong start. But we're going to need the WRC decision to enhance the harmonization side and to make sure that, if not entirely global, has a very strong quasi-global ecosystem as well.
Okay, thank you, Ross, for that. If you allow me, I'll give the floor to Dr. Muhammad.
Thank you. Just really brief. I think what's driving all of this, we need to understand, is augmented reality and virtual reality. A lot of these applications require a ubiquitous ecosystem and mixed technologies, and regulators need to have a balanced approach to cater for this. I was in the Mobile World Congress, and I was really impressed to see what our LAN industry is doing in terms of connectivity between a Wi-Fi connection and a mobile connection. And as Dr. Mughazi said, with non-terrestrial networks, even satellite connections now working on the interface. So a balanced approach is definitely needed to cater for all these technologies, and regulators need to accommodate for that principle. But coming to every WRC with more spectrum grab or more spectrum requirements without justifying it, or actually utilizing existing spectrum from one industry, I think needs to change. I think this is a pattern that has continued from previous WRCs, but certainly there is a demand. But the answer to meet that demand is a ubiquitous approach and a balanced approach between catering all different technologies, including Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Fatma, would you like to add something?
Thank you, Khalid. I will not speak about 6 gigahertz in detail. There is a session about that this afternoon. I would just like to bring a clarification on the regulatory part of this issue. And the radio regulation today, 6 gigahertz, has primary mobile allocation. So, and under that mobile primary allocation, there is already possibility for countries to deploy basically radio LAN if they like. Adding IMT identification on top of that does not mean that countries are forced to go one way or the other. So I think because in the way the question was asked, what's the choice? We have the sharing, we have the studies, but then where countries would go. I think the work we're doing at ITU level is not mandating countries to do something. It's just opening options in most of the agenda items, opening options for countries so that in the future they can choose the path they want. That's just wanted to clarify because one is not excluding necessarily the other.
Thank you, Fatma, for the clarification. Actually, the question I had is basically to clarify to the administrations at the deployment. I understand that if you have a mobile allocation, then you can use it and utilize it the way you want. But then it is going to be the choice of the administrations or the regulators to decide whether to use it for Wi-Fi or mobile. So probably I was seeking for some clarification or some detailed argument on why to use this or not to use that, or probably the benefits of using this or using that. That's what I had in mind, actually. But in any case, if you allow me, I'd move to the next question that I received as well. Good morning. Does the IMT industry has a view on the price they could pay for the new frequency bands required for identification in the WRC 23? Nice question. Shall someone? Regulators, maybe? Dr. Mughazi?
As much as they want to pay, just simply as that. But frankly speaking, internationally, there has been, I would say, a decrease in spectrum prices. It's more supply now. And 5G technologies, coming 6G technologies, that would require a huge investment. So regulators should balance between the revenue coming from that natural resource and also to give incentives to the operator to invest in that spectrum. Having said that, there may be also a cost associated with reforming the bands from the incumbent service. This is unclear for now because for some bands there are a lot of incumbent service, and that may be problematic. Thank you, Khalid.
Thank you very much. I can continue. Okay, I'll continue, and I propose something. I'd like to shift a bit from discussing agenda items just to relieve everyone, and I'd like to give some focus on the preparations. Actually, we know that we started the physical meetings by this year, and we have the conference next year. By almost the third or fourth quarter of this year, we have to have the CPM report ready for the CPM meeting. And you know that all the working parties are going to submit CPM reports, regardless of how progress was made. And I do recognize the point which rightfully Mr. Mario also mentioned, is that we are going to be ready no matter what, no matter how long we have, whether we have a year or whether we have 3 years. But practically, I'd like to really ask this question. How do you, since you participated in the working party meetings, how do you see the progress? I can have two scenarios where I have deep technical discussions made and analysis and arguments are made in a long period. And then all of that resulted in a very neat CPM report that is entered into the CPM. I have another scenario where we have all the views just laid down there in the CPM report and entered in the CPM meeting. where do you see us going in the working parties and the preparations? Who would like to, Dr. Moghazi, maybe, please?
Very, very brief, Khaled. So we did have 3 days of SMG, and let's do small voting on this. What do you think the most agenda item that consume our time? Most of you will say 1.5. Wrong. 91C. So I like what Ross has mentioned, that we tend to spend a lot of time, or we need to spend a lot of time on defining the problem before we defining the solution. Agenda item like 1.5, I think we understand each other. Dr. Walid and I, we have a lot of conversation. Me and the mobile industry, we have a lot of conversation. We tend to agree on something because we understand that we need to agree. Ultimately, we will need, or we will meet at that middle ground. Perhaps it would be at the last day of the conference. Perhaps it would be before the conference, but we will agree. But my experience in WRC, last WRC, agenda item 1.11, 1.12 were very problematic. Although before the conference, we expect them to be very smooth. So WRC are unexpected, but given that it's going to be in UAE, I think that's a big plus already that we have. And I hope it would be one of the most successful conferences. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moghazi. Very well said. Mohamed would like to add something.
Yeah, thank you for a very interesting question, Khaled. I think if you look at some of the agenda items that I mentioned, for example, there are very simple methods, either a no change or a proposal to support the framework. And I think that's primarily because of technical studies that have driven a clear way forward. When you have different views that are not based on studies, you end up with a lot of methods. And that is a problem when it comes to the conference, because at the end of the day, it will be down to the lobbying, the politics. And I think at the ITU, it's not just based on that. It's based on technical work. A lot of us spend a lot of time and resources developing all these studies. So they have to be supported in terms of their justification in the methods. But we don't see that a lot of the time because of the lobbying and the politics. So I think from the lessons learned, 91C, as Dr. Moghazi mentioned, and 1.3, the common similarities between them is they were developed during the conference. And I think normally when you have an agenda item 10, you need to review it before the conference, leading up to the conference. So I hope that at this WRC in the United Arab Emirates, that we do not repeat the similar situation where agenda items are developed in sometimes very late hours in the morning without enough due diligence done to them. But overall, to answer your question, in some cases, there are agenda items that are progressing. In other cases, it's going to be interesting how the conference will decide on them.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. We are almost at the end of our session. It was a very, very, very interesting session, at least for me. And I'd like to also to thank all the panelists who participated and contributed to this very interesting discussion. But not yet. I still have one last question, actually. And it's actually, yes, Mahrzia. Please, Mahrzia, will have the floor. We have another question from the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khalid. Thank you to all our panelists. So my question is to Dr. Mohamed. Technical issue regarding agenda item 1.16. So do you think that the condition mentioned in recommendation ITUR S1503 are sufficient and cover the EPFD value of Article 22? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. To simply answer yes, I think it is sufficient. But I think where the complexities is that the exact recommendation you mentioned, 1503, is currently under revision and update as well. So the reason for that update is because of the new mega constellations that are happening in the NGSO world, how they are going to be examined to comply with the PFD limits to protect the geos is adding a complexity because it's being updated for that particular resolution. But it's in the existing framework, the answer is yes, from our point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muhannad, and apologies for actually not asking the floor. If there are any other questions from the floor, please. Okay, then we're actually on track. Then just last question actually to the panelists. Given the last argument we made on the preparations for the agenda items and how the preparations are, probably I'd like to ask every panelist a question. Which are the most important agenda items from your perspective as a regional group and then as a different industries? So what are maybe the top 3 or 2 from your perspective? And then what are the agenda items that you think are going to be the most challenging agenda items during the WRC? So again, I'll start maybe from the end, Dr. Moghazi.
Thank you so much, Khalid. As I mentioned, it doesn't matter what we think, it matters what the user think. COVID has proved that everybody is watching TV, whether it's streaming or through satellite. Everybody needs a decent Wi-Fi connection, and everybody needs a mobile connection everywhere. So I think if we translate that to agenda item, it's 1.2, 1.5. And let's not also forget about the non-terrestrial component, technologies like HIPS. So we need to focus on all that matters to the end user. Thank you, Khalid.
Thank you, Dr. Moghazi. Ross, and probably the challenging ones as well, if you think.
Sure. Well, I mean, for us in the mobile industry, this is WRC is really an opportunity to make sure that we can offer service with enough download speed to meet the IMT 2020 requirements of 100 megabits per second downlink, 50 megabits per second uplink, and to make sure we do that without such dense networks that either we're interfering with ourselves or B, we've spent so much on network capex, we need to raise the prices of service beyond what we would have to. So providing speed, capacity, and affordability. And we need to do that in all areas. There's an opportunity to make sure that there is capacity for rural in agenda item 1.5 and citywide capacity in agenda item 1.2, 1.3, and a bit of capacity in 1.1 as well. So those are all important opportunities for us, but making sure that we can have that capacity in all areas to make sure that 5G doesn't become more expensive than it needs to be is a critical thing that we can achieve at this WRC, and that means making sure that we have spectrum in low and mid bands to do the job without unnecessary wasted costs on densification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Fatma.
Thank you so much. I think pretty much the same as already mentioned by Ross. We believe agenda items like 1.2, 1.5, 1.3 are very important for our region and will be very important during the conference. How difficult these would be, it depends really on the willingness of administrations to converge. Some of them are very difficult already today, but we're confident that by already CPM text, people will start thinking about their final positions and help converging these. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you, Fatma.
Thank you for another interesting question, Khalid. On the interest, obviously you're putting me on the spot because I'm representing an association, so I can't just pick one that is of interest to Intelsat, but I'll pick 3, obviously 115 and 116, the eSIMs, the showcase of the innovation in our industry with high throughput satellites, how they're going to provide in-motion connectivity, but also 117, the inter-satellite links. This is a new phase in our industry to connect in the space different satellite constellations from GEO and non-GEO. The challenging ones, I would say 91C, the difference in the terminology, whether it's IMT technology or IMT systems, it's a fundamental system difference, how that's going to be resolved. 1.3, we have 4 different regions in region 1. It'd be interesting to see their demands. Every region has a different demand or request. And 1.5, the broadcasters' utilization for decades in this band, how that's going to be played out. But I would also like to give a mention to Article 21.5. They're not an agenda item per se, but with the inclusion of adaptive antenna systems, how is that going to play out in updating the regulations current limits, and also agenda item 1.8. That will be watch out for that one. That will be a quite hot potato at the conference.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Dr. Walid.
Shukran. Thank you, Khalid. Of course, 1.5, I will come back to it in a second, but there is another agenda item of importance for us, is the 91C, because we have a use of fixed satellite service bands for the direct-to-home broadcasting from satellite, and we know that this is one of the bands that are contemplated under this agenda item. So this is important for us, although we know that there is a need for time before, first of all, to clarify the problem or the question, and then to solve it. So, but this is important for us. To come back to the 1.5, this is really vital. This band is the only remaining band for terrestrial broadcasting, really the only. And the situation is different with regard to Region 2. Region 2, they have Band 1, Band 3, and the remaining of Band 4, the sub-600. In Europe, Band 1 is not used anymore. Band 3 is for DAB, including in Arab countries. I know that there is a development of DAB. So the only band for continuous use and terrestrial and sustainability of the terrestrial platform broadcasting is the 476/94. Now, I understand the need of countries, and Ustaz Tariq clearly mentioned this several years ago, and he came to the EBU and he said to us that the band is not used. We need to do something with it, and I understand. Now, I think that there are ways of using it. It's not the fact that we allocate it to co-primary that it becomes immediately usable. There are technical issues with the neighboring countries and so on. So I would urge to find the technical ways of using it, and if these ways of using it are proven, then the discussion of the co-primary can be much more easier than now. The fact that you put it as co-primary, I don't think will solve the issue. So thank you. This is the really most important agenda item thing. And the challenge, as I said, but Dr. Abdul Hadi, he assured me that he is under control. He's controlling everything, and everything will be fine in the last meeting. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walid. So I also know that we have two questions actually from the floor. First, I'll give the floor to Mr. Tariq Al-Awadi, Chairman of SNG.
Thank you very much, Khalid. Actually, I don't have a question. Just first of all, to thank you all for this interesting session I had here. Just to share with you, we always in the conference, coming to the conference at the beginning, we found difficulties, and we sometimes thinking that this agenda item will not be finished or something like that. Just beginning of the conference, we have some assumption, and then at the end we solve many of them, if not all. In 2003, WRC 2003, there were more than 40 agenda items, and they were, I remember clearly, 2 agenda items was very delicate and problem. We thought it will be finished maybe the last day, subhanallah, and the 3rd week it was finished. It's all about satellite 2, think if you remember, ESV it was that time, and 13.75 to 14 for satellite. So we need to be very optimistic when we go to the conference, and inshallah we'll finish all those agenda items. The second comment, just to give you good news that I just get information that WRC will be in Dubai, inshallah, Dubai World Trade Center. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tariq. A very big relief also for me, so I can know what to respond to people when they ask me. Mr. Mohammed Sadiq, please, the last question in this session. We've taken more time from the session, but I think that's going to be the last question.
Thank you, Khalid, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for the panelists. I think most of us... Okay. So I think most of us, we are talking about the present, the agenda items of WRC 23. And I'm sure we should think about the future. For me, in my opinion, the most important and the difficult agenda item for us is agenda item 10, which is the future for us. So we should think and focus about what we are going to do in this conference and what we want in the next conference. Everything will be solved during the WRC 23. All agenda items will find solution for every difficult issue we have. But at the end, we have to think about what we are going to do for the next and the other conferences. Otherwise, we keep in this group, just going to the conference, and then at the end of the conference, we try to find some new agenda items without having the focus from the beginning. So I would urge everyone to think from now for the next WRC, what we are going to propose, what we need in our area, in other regions, and then we can come to the WRC 23 with something solid that can help the group. Thank you, Khalid.
Thank you very much, Burayan, for this thoughtful comment. Indeed, agenda item is very important, and in the ASMG as well, in the other regions, I'm definitely sure that the others as well. We're preparing for agenda item 10. We're looking at it, and hopefully everyone will be ready to have a smooth discussion on agenda item 10 in the WRC, which unfortunately is not always the case, but hopefully this time it's going to be. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you again for the panelists for this very nice, interesting session. Thank you for the audience, and thank you for the participants virtually as well, and for the questions that we received. I wish you all a good remaining of the day and a good conference. Thank you.
So just to echo Khalid's thanks to the panelists, to everyone here and everyone watching virtually, and Khalid, of course, to yourself for expertly moderating that session as well. So thank you very much. Yeah, really interesting discussion, and great to hear at the end there from Tarek as well, confirmation that WRC is going to be in Dubai. So that's great news as well. So we're now having a short break. So we're going to be, we're running slightly late. So we'll aim to be back here, please, at 25 to. So 25 to 12, if we could all be back here. And the next session we're going to be having immediately after the break is going to be focusing on a roadmap for the rollout and evolution of 5G across the region. But for now, there's a coffee being served upstairs for everyone here. And for everyone at home, please feel free to stretch your legs. And we'll be back here in around about 20 minutes or so. Thank you very much. welcome back, everybody, and I hope everybody managed to grab a coffee and stretch your legs a little bit. And it's great to have you all back here in the room in Tunis, and for those of you joining us online, good to have you all back here for the next session. So a quick reminder before we do start the next session to everyone online, thank you again for your questions and comments so far. And we do invite you to please do continue to add those in the chat, and those will again be passed on to our speakers in the session here. And for everyone in the room, again, to raise your hands in the normal way if you have any questions or comments. So this next session is going to be focusing specifically on a roadmap for the rollout and evolution of 5G across the region. And once again, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers with us. So to tell you more and to introduce the topics and the session more broadly, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Hisham Besbes, who's professor at Subcom University of Carthage. So Hisham, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Sabah al-khair. Okay, I know as Fatma said, I think in the last session panel, she said that coffee break is the magic, and I know that everybody is discussing during the coffee break to find solutions and to agree and to converge. So I know it will take a lot of time, and I hope that everybody will be here. So we will discuss here a roadmap for the rollout and the evolution of 5G across the MENA region. And the MENA region, there is the Middle East and North Africa, and we know that in the Middle East, our countries are the first in the world who deployed the 5G. And in North Africa, we are a little bit, back, and we are a little bit late, and there is a lot of things that have to be done, especially to define our roadmap and to clean up the spectrum and all kind of things that we have to do. And also, we have to learn from the region that they have already deployed the 5G and the 5G networks or 5G private networks. And in this panel, we have a chance to have equity. We have in this stage, we have 2 men and 2 women. So I think this is an opportunity for us. And also, we have 2 other people. They will speak remotely on the topic. So I will introduce, give a short introduction of the panelists here. So we have Mr. Mohammed Sedaq is the Senior Spectrum Policy Manager, Spectrum Management from the regulator of Qatar. Mr. Luis Philippe Zorbi, Senior Spectrum Policy Manager from GSMA. Asma Lashhab, Senior Marketing and Solution Manager, 5G Development and Spectrum Regulation and Policy covering North African region from Huawei. Sihem Tajouri, Radio Planning and Engineering Director from Tunisia Telecom. And Laith Hamad, Global Spectrum and Regulatory Policy from GSOA. So we have regulator, operator, industrial, and also satellite services here in this panel. So just we want to start with Mr. Mohammed Sedaq from Qatar and the regulator of Qatar. So can you give us some information about the 5G rollout in Qatar, what you have done, what's the policy of the regulator, and how did the regulator manage the spectrum and all the whole phases and the roadmap developed in Qatar. So, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham. صباح الخير جميعا. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be back to this edition of conference, and I'm delighted to share our experience in Qatar with our dear colleagues with respect to 5G. I believe that CRA Qatar was one of the first regulators in the MENA region to develop a roadmap for the development of 5G, and the roadmap was on phased basis approach. Early deployment started in 2019, where we start the discussion with the service provider on their obligation. We call that period as phase number 0. And we agreed with the service provider that first release of spectrum within the C-band, 100 megahertz bandwidth, will be released, provided that service provider, each one will upgrade 40% of their sites to 5G. The period for that was 2019 to 2020, and we were impressed by the results. Each operator overachieved the target, and 65% of outdoor sites were upgraded to 5G. After that, in 2021, we started another round of discussion with our service provider to agree on a new concept and a new roadmap. Part of the phases we agreed with them on in the beginning. So we had 3 phases to be implemented during the coming years. First phase is 2018 again, or 2019 to 2022, which is July next month. And in that phase, the service provider will use the same release of the spectrum, the C-band, the 100 megahertz bandwidth. And they have to upgrade all sites within a polygon. We determined a polygon for FIFA activities, and this is in line with the FIFA requirement for the World Cup. In this polygon, all outdoor sectors to be upgraded to 5G. And it is expected from the service provider to ensure that the aggregated downlink capacity to reach 600 megabit per second. So this is up to July this year, and from August to end of 2023, there is a phase 2, and in this phase we have 2 releases of spectrum. Release 1, service provider can continue with the existing spectrum and deliver 100% of existing sites to be upgraded to 5G nationwide, and the aggregated download capacity to be ensured within 600 megabit per second. Release number 2, we are willing to release additional spectrum to the service provider in C-band and in millimeter wave. So each service provider can get additional 100 megahertz bandwidth in the C-band, and or 2 times 400 megahertz bandwidth in the millimeter wave. So the total bandwidth for each operator will reach 1,000 megahertz in total, and the service provider will have to ensure that 50% of this spectrum will be utilized in all outdoor sectors. Also, the aggregated download capacity to be ensured up to 1.5 gigabit per second. We have phase number 3. This is will started in 2024 to the end of that year, in which we will release additional spectrum in 700 megahertz, and we expect by that time that each service provider will deliver average data rate of 100 megabit per second for all users. And another coverage obligation will be on the service provider, where they have to reach 98% coverage in Qatar. In our opinion, what we discussed with the service provider and what we agreed was in line with the international benchmark. We did a good benchmark to what we are expecting from the service provider. And we saw that most of the countries, they expect by 2025 some deliverables on 5G. This is why in 2024, we are expecting 100 megabit per second for all users as average from the service provider. And this is what we saw even in the reports from the GSMA or from different countries in their approach. So this is one part of what we are doing in terms of 5G. I don't want to take the floor too much. Maybe I can put on site on other dimension of what we are doing with the 5G in Qatar in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this information and about the roadmap deployed in Qatar. Now, next we will move to Asma Al-Ashab, is a constructor, and she will give us an information about the deployed networks, 5G networks in the world, and as Huawei is a constructor and has a lot of customers in the MENA region. So can you give us your presentation? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad, and it's my pleasure to be together today with you during the 6th edition of MENA Spectrum Management Conference. So all of us, we are happy that we can meet physically now after 2 years closure. Today, I'm going to try to give you an update about 5G and the commercialization in MENA region. So as you know, and as all of us know, the 5G development is gearing up globally now. And we have more than 70 countries all over the world that have already launched the 5G services. More than 220 5G networks based on 2.2 5G base station and developing more than 700 5G users. So it is also expected that by at the horizon of 2030, we will have a contribution from 5G to the global economy of $960 billion. So regarding the ecosystem, we can say that nowadays the ecosystem is mature enough to support the rapid development of the 5G. And we have more than 1,300 5G devices supporting this new technology, and more than 160 models now costing only $300 for the smartphone. Same thing for the CPEs. The average price is only $150 this year, and it's even expected to drop more to next year to $100 only. So regarding the services that will be adopted at the beginning of the 5G, the initial stage of the 5G, we can see through the different experiences all over the world globally that the FWA is the main or the basic service that is adopted by most of the pioneers of the 5G. We can see that in Europe we have more than 38 networks nowadays that are taking FWA as deployments widely and recognizing it as the HBB service, and even the penetration rates have exceeded 10%. Same thing on the Asia region. We have more than 15 networks that have already adopted the FWA as a basic service, and different countries such as Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand, they have taken the 5G FWA as one of the mainstream broadband technologies. Other countries such as Japan and China, they have taken the FWA as the supplement to fiber and also as a solution in order to replace the copper and the XDSL. So same for the MENA region. We have more than 15 networks. I would say 90% of the global all the pioneers of the 5G in MENA region that have been adopting the FWA as the
basic service for the 5G, and also because of this fast TTM, and also the 5 FWA is the key of the broadband market share breaking. So this is very important as a basic service at the initial stage of the 5G. If we zoom a little bit on our region, on MENA region, we can see clearly now nowadays we have around 15 commercial network 5G with 30 million population coverage. And also MENA region is considered as number one globally in terms of development of 5G FWA users. So touching different domains, the first one is to H, serving and enabling the entertainment and working at home. So we have reached more than 1.3 million subscribers, HBB, served by the FWA. Also, this FWA has given the opportunity to operators to touch a new field, which is actually the first breakthrough into the industry through the lease line. So we have reached more than 24K private line subscribers now, designated for the enterprises, especially for some sectors such as the health, the banking, and also the government. And for sure, 5G is serving the traditional services that are the 2C through the enhanced mobile broadband. And not only the 5G is going to be like a technology serving the connectivity as the legacy technologies, but also it gives the opportunity to touch the vertical industries. And in the Middle East already region, there several use cases have been identified, such as the smart oil and the gas, and also the smart port and the smart transportation. On the at the rest of the region, let's say that the 5G is projected actually to spread to the rest of the region in the coming years, and it's expected even to start its the acceleration will be starting from next year, basically in some countries such as Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, and other countries as well. So there are several points that need to be considered at the initial stage of the 5G, and mainly I would like to summarize them very quickly over here. We have the first thing is about the spectrum. The spectrum is the key actually to go to any new technology, and the spectrum for the 5G should be allocated based on different groups. The combined availability of the spectrum should be within the low band in order to target the low cost and the wide coverage. It's also very important to consider the mid band, which is the golden actually spectrum that will target the coverage and the capacity. And later on, we can discuss about the millimeter wave that can be mainly targeting the hotspots and the coverage, and also the FWA for the higher capacity. So the second thing, especially at the initial stage, as I mentioned, is about the continuous large bandwidth that should be at least 80 megahertz, and what is recommended is 100 megahertz at the initial stage. It can be based on the C-band, which is the golden spectrum that has been identified as the main spectrum in our region. Also, 2.3 and 2.6 can be considered in order to increase the user experience and improve it by 10 times, and at the same time to reduce the cost per bit. So the third point, which is very important, is about the synchronization of the 5G network between different MNOs in the same country. And here, basically, I'm talking about the fact to synchronize the subframe structure between MNOs in order to reduce the spectrum isolation requirements, and also to avoid any guard band. So the fourth point, which is as well important, is about the network construction, which should be formulated with reasonable requirements in order to guarantee spectrum usage and service requirements, while not discouraging the MNOs from investing into the 5G, which will enable a lot of things in the coming decade. And finally, it is about a very important point. I would say it's a key point, which is the spectrum neutrality, which will help us to achieve one network, two usage, and the synergy between the 4G and the 5G, and maximize the spectrum value. So we are always mentioning or recommending all bands toward the 5G, because this will help to increase the spectrum efficiency and at the same time serve the current 4G users and hasten and speed up the acceleration toward the 5G. So there is all. I hope that I have respected the time for in order not to exceed a lot of it. So I will leave the stage for my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asma, for all this information and also recommendation. And I have seen that in a lot of countries they have developed fixed wireless access. So we will ask the question later, maybe. Now we will move on to the GSMA, and we have Mr. Luis Felipe Zorbi is with us. Hi.
Hello, thank you very much. Hello.
Yes, so we are waiting for your presentation and give us some information and also some experiences that you have that you will share with us about 5G and 5G deployment and what, especially we have here a regulator and we have also in this place some regulators, what regulators should do in their roadmaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect. So thank you for the opportunity while my slides come up. It's a pleasure. I wish I was there with you as well. So I am going to talk about a work we did specifically on roadmaps for the region, looking into different countries and different moments of the roadmap that countries are, as well as the benefits of 5G in general. So if we move to the first slide, we'll see that, and I like saying it, that 5G is not just an evolution. 5G is here to bring a revolution. So 5G is able to deliver, as you was mentioned, massive IoT, ultra reliable, low latency communications, such as in connected cars or object manipulation or a remote surgery, for example, as well as enhanced mobile broadband, that is the enhanced service of we already have now. But we can't forget that, as you can see from the report on mid-bands that we did, FWA represents 32%, and FWA has to be seen more and more as one of the 5G use cases, and that's very important to have that in mind. So if we move to the next slide, we'll see that the economic power of 5G and what 5G can bring in general in 2030 is $961 billion of GDP growth. And that means globally, this will be a huge impact, but it doesn't change whenever it comes to different regions around the world. The impact on GDP as a percentage is similar to every part of the world, every different country, and ranging from 0.3 to 0.7 additional in 20% additionally in 2030. So that's good to have that in mind. And 5G will bring that, thinking about all three ranges, so low bands, mid bands, and millimeter waves. And if we move ahead to the next slide, you will see that mid-band is, and we cannot deny that mid-band has been and is seen as the birth of 5G around the world. As you could see from the other presentation just before, but mid-bands represent a high percentage, not just of the GDP that you just saw a little bit before with my comment, but also whenever it comes to the implementations we've seen around the world, it really is in 70 to 80% of those implementations. So having that in mind, we also studied how much spectrum is needed in that mid-band, and those 2 gigahertz I can detail within the questions are needed in mid-band spectrum. But if you look into MENA specifically, mid-bands represent 0.35% of our GDP share in 2030, and that represents $16 billion additional dollars in GDP just coming from mid-bands in the region. So that's very important. We know that the region has been growing in that conversation and availability, especially in the Gulf countries. So it's important to have that in mind. The impact is very important and huge. So if we move to the next slide, you will see that for that to be a reality, and that's the biggest conversation we're having here today, roadmaps are necessary. So roadmaps are able for, we're able with roadmaps to look into when and what spectrum will be made available. So that's possible to make sure that operators plan ahead and continue the high level of investment throughout time. So it is a type of certainty, not just regulatory certainty, legal certainty, and investment certainty. And whenever it comes to roadmaps, sometimes we think that roadmaps are only about when, where, and that certainty, but it's also about the licensing regime, making sure that parts of the bands may need some type of reforming, the pricing is clear, that all types of sharing, trading, and leasing are actually made available, if not yet in the country, as a type of framework. So, and also, it also has the responsibility of harmonizing spectrum for now and for the future. So it does guarantee that it reduces equipment costs, it limits interference in the country and in borders as well. So roadmaps has benefits that are beyond just knowing when and how much. It brings all the possibilities the spectrum has in specific markets. So if we move to the next slide, you will see the MENA roadmap work that we did. So from the blue left side, you see 4G, and then on the right side, you see our proposed roadmap for 5G. And we see that you see that the Gulf countries are not included in this analysis because most of them have already done the award implementation. But looking into other countries around the region in more detail, lots of countries already lie in the 4G era and 4G upgrades, and other countries are looking into identification of spectrum. I have to comment that Egypt has made movements within the last months with 2.6 being made available, but there is a lot more to look into additional spectrum to be implemented, identified, and then the other parts of that. But it's good to mention that Egypt is now on the other side of the arrow as well. So looking into this one, we believe that from implementation from the identification of spectrum to award implementation, all the other steps of making the spectrum clean, making the spectrum evaluation right, and the right award design, they are all important throughout the roadmap process. If we move to the next slide, you see that our report found out things that are similar, and we're able to give some recommendations. So lots of countries are beginning to invest. Some countries are beginning to invest on 5G networks, and that's important to make sure that we mention that, including the Gulf countries that have been developed it very well, and we can see by the examples we have in the detailed report. But lots are still on the phase of the LTE investment, and then we cannot forget the 4G will play a key role within the next decades. So 5G and 4G will coexist in the 2030s. And then we have to have a think about 2G and 3G existing alongside of 4G and phasing out within the next decade, depending on the situation of each country. So while some places the LTE rollout has been slower, it's important to look into the needs of developing the LTE to LTE Advanced or LTE Advanced Pro in some cases, and the market demand in order to look into when 5G should be made available. But whenever it's time to look into 5G, bands such as 3.5 gigahertz and 700 megahertz should be prioritized, but other mid-bands such as 4.8 and 6 gigahertz cannot be forgotten to make sure we have the right amount of spectrum in mid-bands, as I mentioned before. So we also suggest that regional band plans and all regional harmonization is taken forward, and bands that we know in some cases there is any type of incumbent use or assignments such as 2.3, 2.6, and 3.5 should have an investigation in detail to make sure that those are available whenever it's the right time with the right conditions. And the last, the most important one, and we've seen that happening in Iraq for 4G being made available, technology neutrality. Technology neutrality will make sure that lots of bands, they're already legacy bands as we call them, will be possibly available for 4G in some cases and 5G in other cases. And if we move to the last slide, you're able to download this one in more detail. We released this document during Expo 2020 in Dubai in January. And if you have any other questions about this one, apart from the ones we're going to talk about today during this panel, we're more than available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luis. And I think we have a lot of discussion and question about your funding and the report that you just published. Now we will move to the Tunisian context and Tunisian operators, so the incumbent. And we have Sihem Tajouri, so we will talk about the Tunisian experience and the readiness to deploy the 5G. So Sihem, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. At the beginning, I want to
to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate to this conference. Let me start by a brief presentation of Tunis Telecom. Tunis Telecom is a leader in the telecommunication sector in Tunisia, and it is the incumbent and global operator providing ICT services and solutions, including fixed and mobile voice and data services, cloud solutions, and VAS. Since 5G is not yet launched in Tunisia, I would like to speak today about the importance of 5G readiness and preparations in order to success the introduction of this new technology. 5G is becoming today an inevitable evolution and will create significant opportunities to operators to grow and diversify business models. However, operators have concerns about 5G because the deployment of this technology will require significant investment, and the business models of 5G are still uncertain and under development. That's why we see that 5G readiness and timely launch are keys to support sustainable 5G investment and realize the full potential of 5G. We see that 5G readiness key areas are network readiness, business readiness, spectrum availability, and regulation and policy area. Beginning by network readiness, we see that the foundation of 5G network will be a 4G network with an evolved user experience. We need to densify our fiber infrastructure, virtualize our core network to be ready for 5G introduction. Regarding the business and ecosystem readiness, all actors need to participate to build an ecosystem in Tunisia in support of 5G use cases, and operators should identify their specific business models and their strategy to monetize 5G. The third area is spectrum availability. Operators need to access to sufficient spectrum in the key bands of 5G in order to deploy their networks. Spectrum need to be harmonized and need to be affordable with a clear roadmap of availability. The last area is regulation and policy. Regulators need to evolve their policy and regulatory framework in order to facilitate and promote 5G deployment. I will focus here on spectrum requirements. We see that it is mandatory to access to spectrum in 3 key frequency ranges in order to support all 5G use cases. The bands are low band, mid band, and high band. The mid band will be the 5G primary band and will be the core for 5G, giving capacity and coverage requirements. And the C band is the most adopted globally band for 5G launch. We estimate that up to 100 megahertz will be needed to deploy 5G in these bands. We see that the secondary band will be the low band, such as 700 megahertz band. This band will allow to offer a basic 5G experience over a wide coverage area. We see also that millimeter waves or high bands will be a supplement band to offer ultra high capacity, speed, and latency access. So as we see here, many requirements are needed to be 5G ready. In all this, where is Tunis Telecom? For Tunis Telecom, we always have a strategy to build a future-proof network to support migration to future technologies. That's why we achieve good network readiness. In fact, our 4G network, we are covering now around 95% of population with 4G technology. Also, we give a big importance to 5G user experience, and Tunisia Telecom network was ranked as the best network speed in Tunisia according to many international benchmarks.
And the most important thing is that around 90% of our radio sites are using optical fiber for backhauling. And if we focus on dense area, around 100% of our sites are connected with optical fiber. Tunisia Telecom also modernized its core network with a virtualized EPC, ready 5G NSA mode. Also, we deploy virtual IMS to be ready for voice over LTE for 5G introduction. And Tunisia Telecom achieved first 5G call in Tunisia in October 2020. We reached a throughput of 2.2 gigabits per second using the C-band. Still, preparations need to be continued and accelerated in order to be 5G ready. Our action plan will be to continue building a robust 4G network as a foundation of 5G. We will continue 5G testing to cover other use cases and to involve other ecosystem partners. Also, we are working to strengthen the collaboration and partnership between multiple ecosystem partners in order to stimulate the innovation, promote 5G services, and develop the ecosystem. Last point is Tunisia Telecom. We are working closely and actively with the regulator in order to ensure that the regulation, spectrum access, and policy will be facilitating and promoting 5G in Tunisia. So this is all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Siham. And we have a lot of discussion about the Tunisian case. I think because also we are in Tunisia, so we have to discuss about 5G and when 5G will be deployed in Tunisia. Now we will move to our last panelist, Mr. Laith Hamad, Global Spectrum and Regulatory Policy from GSOA. So the floor is yours. And I hope that we have a good connection to have your presentation or your thoughts about the roadmaps and what's 5G and satellite services can be complementary in some cases. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me in this event. I think that's my sixth version. I think I've been on every single MENA Spectrum conference before, and it's a pleasure. Thank you so much. And yeah, my name is Laith. I'm head of Middle East and Africa for OneWeb, and I'm here representing GSOA, and I'm going to speak about the satellite connectivity part of it to cover the 5G. So I don't have slides. I just would like to have a friendly catch up verbally, and I'll speak to a few issues. And of course, after this great panelist and those amazing presentations, I would like to make it a little bit easier to interact. So yeah, considering the satellite factor into 5G is I would say very important in terms of reachability. So we know we have plans to cover 5G everywhere, but we still have big problems in remote areas. And with those small cells of 5Gs, you need so many cells in order to cover the same location. The satellite part comes providing ubiquitous coverage, so you can have that coverage from the sky, and then you enjoy the services on the ground without infrastructure investment or infrastructure development in order to provide the 5G coverage. So we have, as you know, we have different type of satellite orbits. So we have geostationary or satellite orbits. We have MEO orbits, middle Earth orbit, and we have LEO orbits, low Earth orbits, and all type of satellites play part of the connectivity. So mainly, we would say the cellular backhaul is one of the applications. Whether it is 4G or 5G, the satellite play an integral role in rolling out services to remote areas and expediting the rollout of services, to be honest, because you have the coverage from the sky, you just go and provide the services on the ground. And those are, I would say, those are not only on PowerPoint presentations or on pictures or in visualization. Those are real examples, real proof of concept has been done. So we've tested 5G connectivity in the middle of the desert. We've tested in various environments. So you have proven 5G connectivity, cellular backhaul through satellite operations, and that's a fact, and that's a reliable service as we speak. So the proof of concept is there. So what you only need to do is the mobile operator to go and deploy its base station in the middle of nowhere, and then you use a satellite terminal to do the cellular backhaul connectivity, and then instantly you will be enjoying the 5G connectivity. So this is how the satellite industry fits within the 5G ecosystem. So the satellites can offer low latency these days, and it can support the vast majority of the 5G applications. And I would raise 4 points to this conference, which is, first of all, no one have touched upon spectrum from our esteemed panelists. So I would like to take the opportunity to touch base on spectrum. Spectrum is the essence of the network for the mobile operators and for the satellite operators. So we need to make sure that everyone use the spectrum efficiently without interference and without maybe overusing the spectrum, because sharing is possible between satellite 5G and mobile 5G connectivity, but it's only possible if we protect some part of the spectrum bands, because we have so many options for the mobile operators to use spectrum bands to provide 5G connectivity, and we have only 1 or 2 options for the satellite operators to provide such connectivity. And I'm glad that the awareness around, in particular, the 28 gigahertz spectrum band is becoming familiar. So we've heard last week that India have excluded the 28 gigahertz from the 5G plans, which was an amazing news. And we also see that there is a cooperation between many regulators supporting the 5G, supporting the satellite operation in this particular band, because it's a pure satellite band. So I would say limiting the power levels of the mobile, or maintaining a certain power levels of a mobile operator operating in the 5G will also help to help satellite operators to provide same level of service. So spectrum is the essence. So we have compatibility, we have same level of performance have been proven over 5G satellites. We can do a decent throughput with a decent latency and volume, of course. And what we're asking for the satellite industry is we include the operation of 5G, of satellite 5G in the protocols and in the network architecture, network slicing, and etc. So that will help introduce the solution for all the countries. And of course it's complementary, particularly in the area of coverage, having the nature that this connectivity comes from the sky. So I'll wrap it here, and I'm happy to answer any question as we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. And I say also, spectrum is like oxygen, and everybody has the right to breathe and to live. So that's why we have to manage the spectrum, and this is a big, fight between all kind of operators, MNOs and satellite operators, and so on. And sometimes we have to coexist between all kind of applications. Sorry. Now, before moving to the floor and ask question, because I have one question for my friend from Qatar, and because they have deployed. So, if can you give us a lot of some of use cases of 5G use cases in Qatar, and can you give us also some experiences? Share with us some experiences with the regulation, and also what's the real impact of the 5G on the consumer side, and what the regulator has done also to monitor, for example, the radio emission, the EMF, and so on. So, Mr. Mohammed.
Thanks again. I think in Qatar we are trying to push and accelerate the deployment of 5G, especially that we are going to host by end of this year the FIFA World Cup. And in the previous maybe months, we were exploring the opportunities and what we can do to help the service provider and the enterprises on the deployment of 5G. Maybe two weeks back, we published a public consultation on 5G private mobile networks, with the aim of receiving comments and views of stakeholders about their level of interest in implementing 5G private mobile networks, and about the various regulatory options for the enterprises they wish to implement them. We believe that private telecommunication networks enable businesses, entities in private and government sectors to ensure reliable, flexible, and secure voice and data on site and between sites. In our consultation, there were three options presented. In option one, which is in line with the current regulatory framework in Qatar, enterprises wish to implement the 5G private mobile network can get the services from the service provider. Option two is making 5G spectrum available for the enterprises wishing to implement the private mobile network, and then they can self-provide the networks if they get the required license from CRA. Option three is a new concept that we are thinking of bringing a new service provider to Qatar with the restricted scope for 5G private mobile network. So this service, a new service provider, will be able to provide the 5G private mobile network to the enterprise. By having this in new scenario or new regulatory instrument, we think that even the service provider will be able to explore what is the use cases for enterprises and how they can help the enterprises in achieving their needs. Also, we want to understand from the end user, from the enterprises, what they need and what use cases they are thinking of to use the 5G in their verticals or in their industries. So this is one of our examples, and we hope that everyone will contribute to this public consultation. It will be very helpful for us to understand the current market in Qatar, the opportunities, the business we need in terms of accelerating the deployment of 5G. And maybe after we finish this cycle of consultation, we can share all our experience with our colleagues. For sure, CRA will publish the responses from the industry and the feedback from the CRA on that consultation. And we will be happy to have maybe a workshop with interested industries on this, so we can hear from them. I think we had maybe last week one workshop with Huawei. Huawei, they are also supporting in terms of 5G in the region, and we can get experience from each other. So we'll see, and we can update the industry with the outcomes of this consultation, based on the policy statement that will be issued by CRA.
Thank you so much for sharing. Now I think we open the floor to the questions. So yes, please. So can you reintroduce yourself? I know he was here before, but just for.
Thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Jawad from Intelsat. Question to Muhammad, if I may. Great presentations by everybody, but I was quite interested to know in Qatar, with the rollout of 5G, and obviously 4G is still growing as a dominant technology. What's going to happen to 3G and 2G spectrum? Is there a roadmap for refarming the spectrum within the CRA? And if you can also elaborate on what plans you have for the surge of demand for the World Cup in Qatar. Are there any plans in particular to meet that surge of demand, and what type of technologies will cater for that? And a second question to Siham. You mentioned in one of your slides that mid-band spectrum will be used for coverage as well as capacity in suburban areas. But we heard from Ross earlier about C-band not being used for coverage, but in deployment in cities mainly. Has Tunis Telecom done any research or studies on this? Because which one is it? Is it going to be for coverage, or is it going to be just for urbanized metropolitan areas? Thank you.
Thank you. So we will answer the question. After that, we will move to another question. Mr. Mohammed.
Thanks, Mohammed, for your questions. I think in Qatar, when we start thinking of the early deployment of 5G, we addressed the legacy technology in Qatar in 2019, and we had a workshop with our service provider to explore if we can phase out the old technology like the 2G and 3G as early as possible. But in terms of hosting the FIFA World Cup, the service provider were in favor to keep the network as is till the end of FIFA World Cup, and then we have this deep discussion with them in 2023. So our plan is to have a further discussion with our service provider on their legacy technology, especially 2G, 3G. We are in favor of phasing out all this legacy and to reuse the existing spectrum in very efficient way. Now, in terms of 4G, part of the obligation to the service provider with the 5G, 4G is one of our elements. Now, in Qatar, we have 99.98 coverage of 4G, so the whole country is covered by 4G, and we put obligation on the service provider for the throughput, 20 megabit per second for the downlink, 10 megabit per second for the uplink. I think during the last 3 years network audit for the service provider, we concluded that this is already there in Qatar. Both operator deliver the 10 megabit per second downlink, uplink in Qatar, the coverage is almost 100%, and we sure that 4G will contribute in very excellent way to the host of the FIFA World Cup. In terms of our readiness for the World Cup, I think the spectrum already released to the service provider. We have now the 3.5, 200 megahertz available with the spectrum with the service provider. 800 megahertz available with the service provider, already released from the CRA, and I'm sure that we will share a good experience and performance of our networks during this big event, and it will be just a proud for all Arab countries in terms of readiness of our telecom networks to host such big events. Thank you.
Thank you. CM, can you respond?
Okay, to answer your question, the C-band or the mid-band in generally have a trade-off between coverage and capacity, and the C-band will be used to cover dense urban area or urban area. As I mentioned in the presentation, to have wide 5G coverage, we will need to have access to low bands in order to cover the suburban and the rural area.
Thank you. Is there any questions on the floor? Yes. Yes. Can you introduce yourself, please?
One, two. One.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Majduddin Musa, and I am from Sudan administration. It's not a question. I just want to give some clarification for Mr. Lewis from GSMA regarding the 5G deployment status in Sudan. He mentioned it in his presentation, the 5G status in some Middle East countries, including Sudan. But I would like to inform you that we already deployed 5G trial, and we are expecting the service to be deployed commercially for the community by the first quarter in next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the update. So, Lewis, can you have a comment on that?
No, so of course. So yes, thank you very much for the update. And whenever we consider the analysis, we're of course this does not include trials and studies. So that is actually the implementation and making it commercially available. So whenever we looked into it, and of course it was published earlier this year. So thank you very much for the update. And we can of course separately check to see if there is any need to update the actual document and move Sudan to the right place. So that's possible as well. We've done it with other countries whenever new updates came. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you very much for the nice presentations. I think my question is a bit different, or a little bit going outside the spectrum discussion. So maybe a question to all panelists, I mean, including definitely Tunisia Telecom and other colleagues as well. I think Qatar also is leading in terms of 5G deployment. But maybe my question is how we can enhance 5G deployment in many countries. And probably my question will be limited to the concept of Open RAN. Would you think that adoption of Open RAN would enable this sort of wide adoption of 5G in terms of multi-stakeholders, diversification, and so on? So how do you think, I mean, from either Tunisia Telecom, from our distinguished colleague Mohammed from Qatar, Huawei definitely might also have a word in this, but probably how do you think we can expand, let us say, the 5G deployment in many countries, including Africa and even outside as well, in terms of new adoption of new concepts, new architectures, and new capabilities and technologies?
Thank you for this interesting question. So we will start lady first, So, Asma, and after that, Sihan.
Thank you, Dr. Abdelhadi, for the questions. I think even with the early deployment of 5G in different countries, I still have doubt that the networks are ready. Maybe the main issue for the service provider that they don't implement the slicing till now. If the service provider starts with this slicing options, I think every vertical in each country, in every country, will be able to figure out the use cases. Without having this option in the network, without having this investment from the service provider in their network, they will not be able to provide use cases to the end user or to the enterprises. So maybe this is one of the options that the service provider, they have to think about it. The spectrum with them, everything with them, but still they need to invest. This is the problem that service providers, they still think that it is early to put a huge investment in their network. But I'm sure if this option is taken into consideration by the service provider, and then they approach the enterprises with this solution in terms, when you have slicing option, you have different scenarios. So maybe some enterprises, they are interested in the capacity. Some enterprises, they are interested in latency. So with different scenarios, with this slicing options, I think everyone in the country, especially the verticals, will think about having use cases of 5G. This is my opinion, and this is what we are trying to feed the service provider maybe in Qatar to do their investment and to approach the enterprises, the entities in private to explore how they can get the benefit of 5G in the short term. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to say one thing about the investment of from the operators, I remember a discussion that I had a few years ago with an MNO, Tunisian MNO, and he told me a Tunisian proverb. I will translate it to English. And sorry, I lost my English. I didn't practice it for a long time. He said, like, it's very hard to force a donkey to drink if he's not thirsty. So this is, his response. So, okay, so we want me to invest, but there is no need for a service. So this is like a dilemma for each chicken egg dilemma. So they have another answers from CM.
I think we need to work more on building an ecosystem, supporting and promoting more 5G services in order to accelerate and create the need of 5G services. So this is the key and important point to focus on in order to accelerate the migration to this new technology.
Thank you, Sihem. Asma, do you have, while we have...
Yeah, I think
yes.
that was also the ideas I would like to share. So I think my colleagues have already mentioned what I have wanted to share.
And GSMA, Mr. Lewis, do you have a response to this question about
Yes, so I think the question was more about the Open RAN and the possibilities, but we looked into all the responses that were more on the investment side and what's the next stage of it. So what I would say is that roadmaps are like kind of what is needed in that case, and that's a good point about this conversation that we're having. And whenever with the mention of the thirst or the availability, whenever it should be the right time, what we look into is that each market has a totally different time. We haven't seen a percentage of 5 or 4G usage until there is need to talk about 5G, but we have seen that the development of 4G needs a specific level that differs from market to market in order for 5G to be made available. But it should not stop the conversation about 5G, especially knowing the amount of spectrum that is needed. So what we did was, what we generally do is look into that amount of spectrum, different ranges of the bands, such as in the 2 gigahertz that we talked about in mid bands, that will be needed by every country at a specific time. But we have to think about when the 5G will be possible to be available based on the amount of the advancement of 4G. But it should not stop the talk, and it should not stop the planning for the years to come whenever it comes to the right bands that should be available. So I think that kind of complements the comment about the chicken and egg situation, when something should be available, or when this would be interest of the operators in order to invest. So what we say is that that conversation and that thought together is what makes the spectrum made available at the right time for the right price, and whenever market is ready for it. So I think that is, so there's not a single answer about it, but there should be a conversation analysis of the advancement of 5G until we get to the 5G availability, and it should not stop the thinking about when it should be made available together with the industry.
Thank you. We have 4 minutes left, and we have 2 questions from virtual connected people, and we have one from Mr. Najib Sagrouni and another one from Mr. Yasser Ahmed. So I will ask the first question. Could the DSS in existing 4G bands be an alternative for the wide coverage if low bands are not available? So who can answer this question? Yeah. Asma.
Actually, this is a very good question, especially for the we are talking about 5G. So we have to work on bringing new technologies into the market, so as we can deploy the 5G. However, it is very important also to think about the legacy spectrum that we have, such as the 800, 900. Also, we have 2.1, 1800. So the trend, let's say, that is to go through the 5G through using the legacy spectrum. So in this case, we can really use the dynamic spectrum sharing, and the DSS can be one of the solutions in order to introduce the 5G into the legacy spectrum together alongside with the 4G or 2G and 3G even. So actually, the recommendation is to bring a new spectrum, basically C-band, or even the 700, to clear the 700 if it's used, in order to be able to launch strongly the 5G. However, if we are not able to do this, especially on the low bands, the sub 3G frequencies, the DSS can be one of the solutions actually to speed up or accelerate the deployment of the 5G in the low bands.
Thank you. I think the second question is the same topic. I appreciate if you can elaborate more on sub-band 1 gigahertz band in regards to 5G ecosystem and the level of deployment at MENA and global level. So this is the question from Mr. Yasser Ahmed. So who will respond to this question? Yes, appreciate. So about the 1 gigahertz, so the below 1 gigahertz band. Yes, Asma, please.
So it's almost the same question, almost as the previous question actually, because I just wanted to add that when we were talking about the sub 1 gigahertz, it's basically the 700 as new spectrum and the 800 and 900 as legacy spectrums. So yeah, for sure, these spectrums are considered and are very important, because these are the spectrum that will enable us to achieve 100% population coverage through the 5G. Because as we all of us know, the C-band is a little bit limited in terms of the coverage. So the need to the low band as sub 1 gigahertz is very necessary. Already many countries, several countries are working on clearing the 700 as one of the new spectrums. And as we mentioned, the DSS can be a solution also to introduce the 5G into the 800 or 900 as well. So.
Thank you. The last question before concluding the panel, just one question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hisham. A question for Mrs. Asma. So you mentioned that to enhance 4G and 5G networks, it's better to use the C-band on the downlink and the sub 1 giga and the 1 giga in the uplink. This is a global model or your recommendation? Thank you.
Okay. So to answer this question, actually, again, just would like to mention, I think all of us, we know already that C-band has a problem on the uplink. So uplink is a little bit much less compared to the downlink. So for sure, we'd like to have some solutions in order to improve the uplink. Without actually having a strong foundation on the 4G, it is a little bit difficult to go to say that we can build a strong 5G. So one of the key points that the 4G will bring as advantage to the 5G is this kind of combination in terms of the frequency, especially on the uplink. Currently, this is like, let's say it's a must actually, because we have to get this 4G. If we have the choice, we will use completely the low band completely for the 5G only. However, we still have a lot of subscribers on the 4G, and the 4G also is considered as the main technology, the leading technology in our region and globally, I would say. So we are actually forced to make this balance or the synergy between the 4G and the 5G. It's necessary. At the same time, we're having this challenge on the C-band. C-band will bring a big capacity. We are all looking for mid-bands. We didn't talk only about the C-band, but we have mentioned about the 2.3, we have mentioned about 2.6, and sooner also we're gonna make it to go to maybe 6 gigahertz also will be needed. However, all of these, they are a little bit higher spectrums. In order to achieve the basic coverage, for sure we need the low bands, and this combination between 4G and 5G, it's gonna be, let's say, for a short time, because the 4G is still here. The 4G is still the key. We cannot phase out the 4G. However, we can phase out the 2G and 3G. So we have to make this balance, this synergy between the 4G and 5G. It is a must. And also, it's the one solution to remove this challenge related to the coverage, especially on the uplink on the C-band.
Thank you, Asma. Thank you, everyone. Because we have to conclude, I have prepared a lot of questions, but I didn't have a chance to ask anyone. So thank you for all the panelists, and this is very interesting, I think, session. And we didn't have a chance because it was after the coffee break and before lunch, so we have two constraints, and this is very hard to optimize. I have just one question, maybe for Lewis, and before we conclude, because every time with the new generation, we say, okay, it will have an impact, a big impact on the GDP, and with some kind of billion of dollars and so on. But this was for 4G. Now we have the same figure with 5G. After 5 years, we will have another figure with 6G and so on. So and there, because we forecast, but really, they will talk about consumer from developing country, and for them, did they really realize some impact or real impact of the 5G on their daily life? Or what's really, can you measure this kind of the impact? Thank you.
Of course, that's a great question. Of course, our idea is to bring as much forecast as possible. And generally, they are very conservative. So we generally surpass what we talked about whenever it came to 4G, whenever we talked about 3G, and hopefully it's going to be conservative as well whenever we talk about 6G. But we analyze each different situation around the world. So we analyze whenever it comes to the right timing for each of those places we're talking about, and analyzing for those results to come up. So whenever you ask about developing, or so let's call like high income, mid income, and low income countries, we look into different impacts in each of those countries, depending on, for example, the type of industrialization that country has, or a focus that country has. Countries where oil and gas would be a priority, a higher amount of that forecast would come from that. Countries where agriculture would be higher, those would come from agriculture as well. But whenever we looked into the results of looking into those different situations, and we have to make sure that we're not just talking about EMBB, we're also talking about all those different use cases. We saw similar growth of GDP for all those different regions. But yes, we look into different impacts based on what those countries have, not just as what they do now, their objectives that those governments have, and what we foresee for their future.
Thank you. With that, I think we have to conclude, and bon appetit for everybody.
Sorry, if I may, if you allow, I would just like
Okay.
to mention something before we close. Just in our region, in MENA region, now we have seen already that the 5G is gearing up. The 5G is accelerating in several countries, and also it's gonna be coming also in Northern Africa region soon. So just based on the different experiences globally, we have seen that the 5G has been taken in a strategic position, and also that was the target is to enable the national digitalization for every country actually. So we have seen a lot of effort from different countries taking it as a strategic national position, and we have seen a lot of the effort from different countries, especially in terms of having reasonable or favorable spectrum policies that will be helping to accelerate the 5G, and we have to build a strong and large scale 5G networks in our region. So that is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Asma. So I think, do you have anything to add? Okay, I think. So I think we can continue the discussion during the lunch, and bon appetit for everybody. And thank you for all the panelists for this interesting discussion about the rollout and the roadmaps of 5G in MENA region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hisham, and to again echo our thanks to all of the panelists there as well. So as Hisham says, it's now time for lunch. So lunch is going to be served in the main restaurant up on the ground floor next to reception in the hotel. We are running slightly behind schedule, so we'll maybe cut lunch a little bit short. And if I could ask everyone to please be back here for 1:45, so in around about 50 minutes time. And the sessions after lunch, we're going to be looking on to focus on some of the mid-band frequencies, looking at 6 gigahertz and C-band. So some interesting discussions to come. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:45. Thank you.